Chapter 638. It's you! An angry roar came from the Bone Palace in the middle of the Bone Mountains. Rumble. The Bone Palace shook and the Bone Mountain almost collapsed. The corpse water around the Bone Mountain rushed up to the sky. Monstrous killing intent surged from the Bone Palace. The dim little world was shaking violently, as if it could collapse at any time. Endless death chi was vast and mighty. Terrifying demonic chi was tumbling. Then the Bone Palace in the middle of the Bone Mountain began to rise into the sky. Demonic chi and death chi converged. Then two kinds of power, white and gray, condensed in front of the Bone Palace. Boom! The demonic chi and death chi were vast and mighty, interweaving into a terrifying demon diagram of destruction. Then it pressed down on Gu Fei. The power of destruction directly shattered the void. The mighty power directly shattered the Bone Mountains below. Countless white bones scattered in all directions. The entire netherworld sea shook violently. Disgusting corpse water rushed up to the sky, setting off layers upon layers of waves. Countless bones were tumbling in the corpse water. The aura of death was surging in this little world. This was a world that only had the aura of death. There was no aura of life. In the past, the supreme powerhouse of the undying skeleton clan had undergone his final metamorphosis here, taking the truly heaven-defying step of rebirth. It was also here that the supreme powerhouse had severed all the death energy in his body. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and directly punched forward. Facing the demon diagram of destruction, Gu Fei did not dodge at all. Bang! The purple fist collided with the demonic diagram. The demonic diagram, which was filled with a destructive aura, was shaken and dissipated in the void. The mountain and river cauldron floated above Gu Fei's head. Primordial chaos chi fell from the mountain and river cauldron, protecting him within, making him invincible. He was incomparably strong. Holding the purple gold divine sword in his hand, he directly stepped in the void. As if teleporting, he crossed the void and rushed towards the Bone Palace in the sky. Shwa! The purple gold divine sword slashed down, and a resplendent sword beam illuminated the entire small world, dispersing the endless deathly aura and demonic aura. Gu Fei wanted to split the Bone Palace in half. Damn it! Why do you have to go against me? Jade Bone Devil's furious roar came from the Bone Palace. He had reached a critical moment in merging with the body left behind by the supreme, undying skeleton clan expert. But it just so happened that Gu Fei had arrived at this critical juncture. Boom! With a loud bang, before the sword light could hit the Bone Palace, the Bone Palace exploded on its own. A terrifying and evil power spread in all directions. The void was torn apart like a thin piece of paper. Even so, the vast power was still unable to stop the purple gold divine sword's blade. Unparalleled sword light streaked across the void rapidly, and wherever it passed, a spatial crack appeared in the void. The Bone Palace exploded, and the devil chi and death chi surged violently. A tall figure walked out from the devil chi and death chi. An extremely powerful aura was emitted from the figure without any concealment. Swoosh! Gu Fei opened his immortal path divine eyes and saw the scene in the devil chi and death chi. The figure that walked out of the endless devil chi and death chi was extremely terrifying. It was simply a rotten corpse. It was 3 meters tall and emitted a disgusting, rancid smell. Dark yellow corpse, fluid flowed from the rotten flesh. Drop by drop, the corpse water fell into the netherworld sea below and became a part of the netherworld sea. There is only one hell path. I don't want to share it with others. Gu Fei stated his purpose directly, as though the hell path was already in his bag. What arrogance! The more arrogant a person is, the shorter their life is, Jade Bone Devil said coldly. The soul fire in his skull was beating violently. The devil chi and death chi were surging. These two powers did not truly merge together, but the Jade Bone Devil was now even stronger than before. "But you will definitely die before me," Gu Fei said coldly. Then he pressed towards the terrifying Bone Devil. The purple gold divine sword in his hand vibrated gently. Roar! 9 underworlds, devil hell! The Jade Bone Demon roared, and a black whirlpool appeared around him. Then the whirlpool swallowed Gu Fei, who was in front of him. Rumble! The heaven and earth shook. The 9 underworlds were extremely terrifying and emitted a strong suction force. Even the void was torn apart by the suction force. Gu Fei and Jade Bone Devil did not speak anymore. They each unleashed their strongest attacks and attacked each other. Heaven encompassing palm. Gu Fei let out a soft roar as he switched the sword to his left hand. After that, his right hand suddenly slammed forward. A huge hand enveloped the heavens and earth, emitting boundless immortal divine force as it clashed with the 9 underworlds' demonic hell. Boom! The gigantic purplish gold hand that blotted out the sky collided with the 9 hells of purgatory. Gu Fei used one hand to block the terrifying killing technique of the Jade Bone Devil. Die! Jade Bone Devil roared in anger and rushed forward. His 10 fingers shot out beams of destructive devil light, piercing through the gigantic palm, blocking his path. 9 pitch-black vortexes circled around him, emitting a terrifying power that could devour the heavens and the earth. They rushed towards Gu Fei. The 9 underworld devil prison directly enveloped Gu Fei. Swish! Gu Fei swung the violet gold divine sword. The sword light was like a rainbow piercing through the void. The violet gold divine sword exuded a hint of divine charm. The sword light directly pierced through the 9 underworlds, devil hell, unstoppable and unstoppable. In the face of absolute power, any divine ability or spell could be broken with a single punch, and all divine abilities could be broken with brute force. Damn it! The Jade Bone Demon roared. He immediately retreated, not daring to take the violet gold divine sword head-on. Even so, the sword chi that suddenly erupted still cut off a lot of the flesh on the Jade Bone Demon's body. Jade Bone Devil obtained the shredded body of the undying Skeleton Clan's ancestor. This was the strongest realm a creature of the dead could reach. This body left behind by that distant ancestor of the undying Skeleton Clan could definitely be called a peerless skeleton, comparable to a peerless divine weapon. It was a super-killing weapon in human form. Where do you think you're going? Gu Fei sneered. Then an ancient lamp rushed out from his dantian and soared into the sky. Boom! Boundless, tricolored Buddhist light erupted. The peaceful Buddhist energy dispersed the demonic and death chi in the surroundings. This is Chapter 639. A Buddhist lamp was fixed in this lifeless small world, emitting a gentle Buddhist light. The vast death chi and demon chi dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye under the Buddhist light. The world gradually became clear, and even the surging dark sea corpse water gradually calmed down. The world was peaceful and peaceful. There was no killing chi, no heart-palpitating death chi, and no terrifying demon chi that could demonize all things. Purification. Yes, that Buddhist lamp had become the only thing in the world, purifying all evil chi, demon chi, and death chi, turning them all into peace. This was the supreme power of the 3 realms Buddhist lamp. It was said to be able to illuminate the 9 serenities and light up hell. Under the illumination of the tricolored Buddhist light, no matter how ferocious a ghost or a ferocious demon was, it would be released from purgatory. Roar! How could this thing be in your hands? The Jade Bone Devil roared in pain and fell from the sky like a smoking meteor. This old devil was also a great devil in the ancient times. Naturally, he knew the origin of this Buddhist lamp. After the Buddha, Lord disappeared. The 3 Buddhist weapons, the bell, the lamp, and the saber that the Buddha Lord had refined also disappeared at the same time. The appearance of the 3 realms Buddhist lamp shocked the Jade-Bone Devil. Boom! The Jade-Bone Devil directly fell into the dark sea corpse water below. The dark yellow corpse water rushed up to the sky. The dark sea that had gradually calmed down was set off again, and the death chi rose against the sky. The nether sea corpse water contained boundless death energy. Rather than saying that it was formed from the shedding body of the undying skeleton clan Supreme Almighty, it was more appropriate to say that it was formed from the Supreme Almighty's own death energy. Gu Fei had vaguely guessed what kind of process of reversing life and death was. Giving up the earth-shattering and invincible death chi was not something that an ordinary death creature could do. It was truly hard to imagine just how much courage and willpower were needed to take that step that could reverse life and death. To truly be reborn from death, it was necessary to cut off all connections with death. Life was derived from extreme death. This was the true reversal of life and death. This small world should be an inner world refined by the Supreme Almighty of the undying skeleton clan. This was a world that was even more terrifying than the Naraka Tao. This was the source of power left behind by that supreme expert. The Jade-Bone Demon was searching for the place where the supreme expert of the undying skeleton clan underwent his final metamorphosis in order to obtain the power of death that the supreme expert of the undying skeleton clan had left behind. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He directly stepped in the void and then slashed his sword at the dark sea below. Swish! A dazzling sword light immediately shot out from the purple-gold divine sword. The sword light spread for hundreds of thousands of feet, emitting sword chi and killing intent that soared into the sky. It directly tore apart this part of the world. As the sword light fell, the netherworld sea below was immediately split into two. A pitch-black, bottomless spatial crack appeared in this world. The power of the purple-gold divine sword was unparalleled, and the sword light was indestructible. Unless it was a divine weapon of the same level, there was really nothing in the world that could withstand the purple-gold divine sword's attack. Rumble! The corpse water of the dark sea surged to both sides. The dark yellow corpse water, along with countless bones, formed a huge wave that was thousands of feet high. It swept to both sides. The Jade-Bone Devil was thrown out. Under the supreme power of the supreme chi, he did not seem to have any power to fight back. But was that really the case? Boom! Endless demonic energy and death chi exploded from the supreme chi. The void around the Jade-Bone Devil immediately collapsed. He was like a peerless demon as he rushed out of the dark sea. A terrifying aura spread out in this small world. The extremely powerful energy shook the entire small world, causing it to feel like it could collapse at any moment. It was as if doomsday was about to arrive. Demon descends to the 9 heavens. The Jade-Bone Devil shouted madly. Then 9 misty small worlds appeared around him. They circled around him and blocked the tricolored Buddhist light from the Buddhist lamp of the 3 realms. The 9 misty small worlds circled around the Jade-Bone Devil. Each small world exuded endless destructive power. Terrifying demonic energy and death chi surged out of the 9 small worlds. Rumble! The 9 heavens descended from the sky and enveloped the 4 directions. It suppressed the Buddhist lamp in the sky. The soaring demonic energy and death chi actually resisted the tricolored Buddhist light of the Buddhist lamp of the 3 realms. The heaven and earth shook. The soybean-sized light on the wick of the Buddhist lamp flickered. On the ancient bronze lamp, Buddhist runes began to appear. There was a swastika Buddhist seal. The Buddhist power was vast and mighty. The 9 terrifying small worlds couldn't completely block the Buddhist light of the Buddhist lamp. The Buddhist power and the demonic power were colliding and canceling each other out. The heavy demonic energy and death energy that surged out from the 9 small worlds couldn't completely suppress the Buddhist lamp. The supreme chi of the Buddhist weapon displayed great power. Buzz! Gu Fei soared into the sky. The mountain and river cauldron, suspended above his head, shook violently. The entire sky was pierced. The primordial chaos chi went against the sky and shook the 9 small worlds. The Jade Bone Devil roared again and again. He had not completely integrated the death chi left behind by the supreme expert of the undying skeleton clan. He could not display the power of the peerless bone body. However, since this was the case, the power displayed by this peerless bone body was already not to be underestimated. Boom! The bone hand the size of a small mountain slammed down from the sky. The death chi and demonic energy intertwined, forming a terrifying destructive power. Bang! It slapped on the mountain and river cauldron that went against the sky. The bone mountain and river cauldron shook again and again. In the end, it even attracted a small world and actually blocked the mountain and river cauldron. However, Gu Fei did not only have one supreme chi weapon. The purple gold divine sword in his hand turned into a purple lightning and rushed up. The sword light pierced the void and directly strangled the Jade Bone Devil. The shocking sword chi caused the temperature of the spiritual world to drop rapidly. The brilliant sword light lit up the entire world and blocked the heavy death chi and demonic energy. How does this guy have so many supreme chi weapons? The Jade Bone Devil could not help but be shocked when he saw Gu Fei use 3 supreme chi weapons in a row. It should be known that even in the Great Desolate Era, supreme chi weapons were absolutely rare, let alone 2 or 3 of them at the same time. The Jade Bone Devil attracted another small world and went to meet the purple gold divine sword. Swoosh! The brilliant sword light formed by the purple gold divine sword directly pierced into the hazy world. One could vaguely see that in the hazy world there was a large piece of mountain range collapsing. The small world was shaking violently as if it could collapse at any time. The peerless sword light of the purple gold divine sword pierced through the small world from time to time. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Then an extremely powerful wave of energy surged from his dantian. Half of the divine sword rushed out of his body. Buzz! The domineering and sharp saber chi immediately spread out, as if a peerless, ferocious beast had awakened. The divine saber turned into a dragon shadow and soared into the sky, shattering the void and directly chopping at Demon Jadebone. It's that murderous sword. The Jadebone Devil was shocked again. He had to summon another small world to block the peerless murderous sword. The Jadebone Devil felt a great pressure. The power of the 4 supreme chi weapons was comparable to the power of the supreme chi realm. It could destroy a part of the world. He could no longer bear it. Dang! Suddenly, a melodious bell sounded. A bronze bell rushed out of Gu Fei's body. The bell's sound spread to the heavens and the earth. It was as if there was endless Sanskrit in the world and countless Buddhas were chanting. The invisible sound wave was definitely the sound of killing. Under the sound of the bell, the Jade Bone Devil's body shook continuously. The fire of the soul in his skull showed signs of dimming, almost falling from the sky. Arg! The Jade Bone Devil roared in pain. The melodious sound of the bell directly impacted his divine soul. It almost shook his fire of the soul out of his skull. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell. How is this possible? The Jade Bone Devil screamed crazily. 5 supreme chi weapons. How is this possible? 5 supreme chi weapons appeared on one person at the same time. This was absolutely unprecedented. Since the beginning of the world, such a thing had never happened. Although the Jade Bone Devil stood in the void that was isolated from the 9 small worlds, the sound of the Sanskrit Buddhist bell could penetrate the 9 small worlds and ignore all obstacles. It directly affected the Jade Bone Devil. The sound of the bell shook the divine soul. It contained supreme Buddhist power. If it was an ordinary demon, their soul would have been destroyed by the sound of the bell. However, this old demon was not an ordinary demon. Although the Jade Bone Devil was not an innate divine demon, he was comparable to an innate great demon born from the heaven and earth. since he dared to attack the Earth demon ancestor. He was definitely a super great demon in the world. Although he was heavily wounded and his cultivation fell, his demonic aura was still unbeatable. Gu Fei used all of his Supreme Saint treasures, but it seemed like he was still on par with the old demon. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell was also stopped by the small world that the Jade Bone Devil summoned. However, the sound of the bell still penetrated the small world and came out. Of course, the Buddhist power contained within the bell was greatly weakened. If you have any skills, then use them all. Evil energy and death energy surged on the Jade Bone Devil's body and showed signs of fusing together. "Reckless fool!" Gu Fei coldly uttered. Then, without any hesitation, he directly used the Heaven Ascension secret technique. Divine lights surrounded his body, and his aura suddenly increased by 10 times. The power from his supreme immortal physique directly shattered half of the sky. The Jade Bone Devil was scared out of his wits. At this time, he realized that he had made a fatal mistake. Chapter 640. Boom! Half of the lesser heaven and earth crumbled as the void turned into nothingness. Gu Fei was like a heaven-defying god of war as he walked out from the crumbling void. The terrifying immortal Tao divine force exuded from his body destroyed everything. The nether sea corpse water that contained boundless, deathly aura evaporated. The half of the lesser heaven and earth that did not crumble was filled with spatial cracks as if it could collapse at any time. The source of the underworld river was destroyed. The underworld river stopped flowing and the corpse water evaporated. The underworld river that had been flowing for countless years lost its source of corpse water and was on the verge of drying up. Gu Fei used the Heaven Ascension secret technique, and his battle prowess instantly increased by 10 times. Terrifying immortal Tao divine force gushed out from his body, shattering the void as he approached the Jade Bone Devil step by step. His powerful aura and power caused the lesser heaven and earth in front of him to tremble violently. His eyes were like lightning, and his battle intent was like a rainbow. His long hair danced in the wind, and every step he took caused the entire void to tremble violently. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was moving, giving off an undefeatable pressure. If it was a cultivator with a weaker cultivation base, just by sensing Gu Fei's aura, they would not have the heart to fight him. The Jade Bone Devil was scared out of his wits and was speechless. At this moment, the 5 Extreme Path treasures began to emit the Extreme Path divine force. Rumble! The 5 lesser worlds shook violently as the powerful aura of the Extreme Path treasures surged out from the 5 lesser worlds. The Jade Bone Devil's demon Tao mystique could no longer resist the 5 Extreme Path treasures. Although the Extreme Path divine force was weak, it still represented the great power of the Extreme Path. It was not something that the half-dead Jade Bone Devil could resist. Whoa! The mountain and river cauldron shook as the primordial chaos chi surged. Bang! With a loud sound, the lesser world that was resisting the mountain and river cauldron crumbled. The destructive power directly shattered the void. This ancient cauldron could suppress the mountains and rivers of the earth, but it could also shatter the mountains and rivers of the earth. Boom! 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 For earth-shattering noises resounded one after another. As Gu Fei thought about it, the other 4 extreme treasures immediately reacted and released a trace of extreme divine aura, breaking the Jade Bone demons for many worlds. Roar! Jade Bone Devil roared crazily as it was sent flying. Its peerless bone body surged with endless demonic energy and death energy. The demonic energy and death energy interweaved and formed a revolving energy sphere, protecting itself. If it weren't for the other 4 miniature worlds blocking in front of him, the 5 extreme saint weapons that displayed a trace of extreme divine might would have shattered the Jade Bone demons' peerless bone body long ago. Even so, cracks had already appeared in the 4 miniature worlds. 5 of the 9 micro worlds had been destroyed. The jade bone devil had suffered a great impact. The soul flame in its skull had dimmed. There were still 4 micro-worlds revolving around the jade bone devil, blocking off the destructive power that was surging in from all directions. The destruction of the 5 miniature worlds had severely injured the jade bone demon. The terrifying power that erupted formed a terrible destructive storm that swept in all directions, destroying everything. The half of the miniature world that had not collapsed was now riddled with holes. The destruction of the 5 miniature worlds had directly destroyed more than half of the half that had not collapsed. The mountain and river cauldron, the purple gold divine sword, the 3 realms Buddhist lamp, the peerless ominous saber, and the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. The 5 extreme saint weapons rushed out from the destructive power. Each of them displayed a trace of extreme divine might that could destroy heaven and earth as they attacked the jade bone demon. Without any suspense, the 4 lesser worlds around the jade bone demon were pierced through by the 5 extreme Tao saint weapons and shattered into pieces. The 5 extreme Tao saint weapons unleashed a destructive power that sealed the space around them, forming a terrifying domain that the jade bone demon could not escape from. Boom! The 5 extreme saint weapons directly hit the jade bone demon's peerless bone body. The sound of bones breaking was immediately heard. The mountain and river cauldron directly smashed the jade bone demon's sternum into pieces. The purple gold divine sword and the peerless ominous saber were like a pair of scissors that crossed and slashed the jade bone demon's peerless bone body, splitting the jade bone demon into 2. The Buddhist lamp sprinkled endless Buddhist light, illuminating the peerless bone body until it emitted thick smoke. The demonic aura and death aura dissipated quickly. The 3-colored Buddhist light shone directly into the depths of the jade bone demon's soul, and the soul fire of the jade bone demon immediately dimmed. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell rang melodiously. It was like the sound of Sanskrit lingering, purifying all evil aura. The soul of the jade bone demon suffered a great impact and was beaten out of its skull. "Spare me! Don't kill me!" At this moment, the jade bone demon could feel the threat of death looming over him. This man before him was truly frightening. His cultivation state was high, and his strength was strong enough to be his match. What was worse was that this guy had 5 extreme Tao sage weapons. With 5 extreme saint weapons in hand, it could be said that Gu Fei was in an invincible position. "Die," Gu Fei said coldly. He waved his hand and recalled the mountain and river cauldron. Then he patted the bottom of the mountain and river cauldron. A heaven-devouring power was immediately produced from the mouth of the cauldron, and the jade bone demon's soul fire was sucked into the mountain and river cauldron. The demons were the greatest enemies of the world. Gu Fei would never let the jade bone demon go. The mountain and river cauldron contained primordial chaos chi, which was the ancestral chi of all things in the world. It could refine everything in the world, and the demons were no exception. With a thought, Gu Fei withdrew all the extreme saint weapons, and then reached out his right hand and pressed forward. Boom! The shattered small world crumbled into nothingness in an instant. The inner world left by the supreme expert of the undying skeleton clan was destroyed by Gu Fei. The source of the Styx River disappeared completely. Only the broken peerless skeleton fell into the nothingness and disappeared in the chaos. Although the peerless skeleton was extremely powerful and did not fear any peerless god weapons, it could not withstand the attack of the extreme saint weapons. The skeleton was broken by the 5 saint weapons and scattered into the nothingness and chaos. The death energy left behind by the undying clan's supreme expert had been dispersed, and the jade bone demon was not far from being completely annihilated. Gu Fei would have one less powerful opponent to compete for the Hell Realm. The void was annihilated, and the heaven and earth law of the small world had disappeared along with the collapse of the small world. At this time, it was not even 3 minutes. The secret skill of ascension was still in operation. Gu Fei was still in his strongest state. He was protected by divine light. He stepped forward in the collapsed void and directly rushed out of this void. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure appeared in the Hell Dao. The surging water of the Styx River was not replenished by the Netherworld Sea and had already calmed down. The water level of the Styx River had begun to drop. It would not take long for the Styx River, which had been flowing for countless years, to completely dry up and disappear. At that time, there would be no barrier between the outer region of the Death Continent and the depths of the Death Continent. The death creatures in the outer region would no longer need to pass through the reincarnation bridge. They could freely travel between the outer region and the depths of the death world. The sky in the Hell Dao was still dark. Dark clouds floated in the sky, and the netherworld fog surged on the ground. The earth was silent. Although the ground was covered with bones, there was not a single death creature nearby. Gu Fei identified the direction and then went to the land of sealed demons. He suppressed the soul of the Jade Bone Demon in the mountain and river cauldron. It could be said that killing the Jade Bone Demon was effortless. However, Gu Fei did not immediately activate the mountain and river cauldron to refine the Jade Bone Demon's soul. Instead, he moved on to his next target. Gu Fei decided to resolve his worries first before proceeding to the battle of the 9 dragons for the pearl. With so many powerful opponents watching from the sidelines, Gu Fei felt uneasy. It would be hard for him to calm down and think about his problems. Attacking the battle of the 9 dragons for the pearl was an extremely dangerous task. A single mistake could cost one his life. Gu Fei had no choice but to be careful. He wanted to eliminate all the factors that made him feel uneasy. Huang Xiaolong didn't want to make a wedding gown for others. Therefore, he wanted to eliminate all his competitors first. With 5 great treasures in his hands, he was confident he could compete with the little monk Fan Xiao and the Earth Archdevil Lord Ingtian. Swoosh! Gu Fei executed the 8 desolate steps, walking in the air. With every step he took, he would disappear from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 100 li away. To his astonishment, he discovered that even with his current cultivation, he was still unable to execute the 8 desolate steps to its limit. This cultivation technique seemed to have unlimited room for improvement. 100 li in a single step, Gu Fei soon arrived at the land of Devil's Ceiling. This was an extremely chaotic area. Broken bones were scattered all over the place. Moreover, the majority of the bones were black or black in color. With a single glance, Huang Xiaolong could tell that these black and black bones were the remains of devilized creatures. It was obvious that a large number of demonized creatures had once gathered here. But now Huang Xiaolong couldn't sense the slightest trace of devil qi, nor could he see a single demonic creature. That Earth Devil Lord Ingtian wasn't here at all. What's going on? Gu Fei felt strange. This was too abnormal. Gu Fei stood in the air above the land of Devil's Ceiling, looking down at the place where the true demon's bone was once sealed. He pondered, where did that ominous devil go? Just as Gu Fei was at his wit's end, suddenly a golden light appeared in the sky. A trace of immortal Tao divine force was transmitted over. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he saw the golden light. The golden light wrapped around the shadow of a sword. This was the Tao art divine ability of flying, sword transmission. In the Tung-Long continent, only the sword cultivators of the Guangqing immortal sect could cultivate this divine ability. The golden sword light flew directly towards Gu Fei. In an instant it was near him. Only then did Gu Fei sense an extremely obscure sword qi fluctuation from the sword light. Gu Fei waved his hand, and the golden sword light fell into his hand. A trace of spiritual fluctuation rushed out from the golden sword, and Gu Fei read it. Then Gu Fei's expression changed drastically. He directly teleported in the direction of the divine race's sacred land. Chapter 641. After Gu Fei had taken Li Xuandao's Tao fruit, he had inherited everything from Li Xuandao. His power, cultivation method, and even his memories. Now he was using the divine art of the immortal Tao, void transference. He traversed through the void and rapidly headed for the sacred land of the Celestials. The flying sword message he received was personally sent by the god's race patriarch Li Jingxie. The god's race had encountered a great change. The Earth Archdevil Lord Ingtian had actually appeared in the god's race's sacred land. How did he break through the restrictions around the god's race's sacred land? Gu Fei's heart was burning with anxiety. He was well aware of the Earth Archdevil Lord's strength. Within the god's race, no one was Ingtian's opponent. The old Tortoise and Haitian were still inside the sacred land. If they ran into the Earth Archdevil Lord, it would be a disaster. Preposterous! I was just about to look for him, but he delivered himself to my doorstep. Gu Fei had never imagined that the Earth Archdevil Lord would appear in the god's race's sacred land without anyone noticing. Since the Earth Archdevil Lord could avoid everyone's eyes and ears and enter the sacred land, didn't that mean little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk could also enter the sacred land? The outer perimeter of the god's race's sacred land was surrounded by 9 towering pillars, each with a trace of the great Tao left behind by the Tao ancestor. It could be said that even a supreme existence couldn't break through the 9 pillars' seals so easily. Could it be? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition that the Earth Archdevil Lord had obtained something sealed within the 9 mountains. Although he didn't know what that thing was, it required the Buddhist Lord and the Tao ancestor to work together to set up a Buddhist and Tao seal to suppress it. One could imagine how extraordinary the thing sealed within the 9 mountains was. If the Earth Archdevil Lord Ingtian obtained that thing, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Damn it, not a single one of those super antiques are to be trifled with. Gu Fei cursed inwardly. These fellows who had lived for God knows how many years had all kinds of unfathomable means. It was really not something he could imagine. Gu Fei's entire body was filled with divine power. Rays of lightning-like divine light encircled his body. He traversed through the void. Every time he teleported, he would appear 200 or 300 miles away in the next moment. It could be said that this divine technique was faster than the desolate steppes. Of course, Gu Fei was using his peerless immortal physique to execute the 8 desolation step. So the speed of the 8 desolation step was not at its peak. If it was the immortal martial physique of the same level as the peerless immortal physique, then the 8 desolation step might not necessarily be inferior to this grand spatial shift technique. Soon, Gu Fei crossed a distance of 10,000 miles and arrived near the God Clan's holy land. Without hesitation, he opened the seal of the 9 pillars and entered the God Race's sacred land. Then he headed straight for the God Race's sacred mountain. Along the way, he didn't sense any demonic energy. What's going on? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The God Race's sacred land was too quiet. Could it be that the God Race didn't have any power to resist and was wiped out by the Earth Demon Lord? If this was the case, then this Earth Demon Lord's strength must have reached an unimaginable level. It was not impossible for him to surpass the Almighty. If this was the case, then it was better for him to hide as far away as possible. A terrifying existence surpassing the Almighty was not something he could handle. Gu Fei's divine sense had already spread out in all directions, covering 1,000 miles. However, not to mention the demonic energy, he couldn't even sense the aura of the immortals. The area where the holy mountain was located was sealed off by a forbidden technique that cut off all energy fluctuations and auras. Therefore, Gu Fei couldn't sense any movement inside the holy mountain. Inside the God Race's sacred land, the sun was shining brightly. The sun in the sky was no different from the real sun on the Tunglong continent. Someone had fixed the sun high up in the sky, causing the God Race's sacred land to have day and night alternating, just like the real great heaven and earth. Inside the God Race's sacred land, it was noon. The surroundings were quiet, even the wind seemed to have stopped blowing. This made Gu Fei feel uneasy. This was too abnormal. No need to be nervous. I have no enmity. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Gu Fei's mind. That voice belonged to the Earth Demon Lord, Ing Tian. Gu Fei jumped in fright, almost jumping up from the ground. This wasn't a divine sense transmission, but the fluctuation of the soul. This was a kind of communication between the soul, the most direct communication. This kind of innate ability was also a kind of terrifying killing technique. It could destroy the opponent's soul, causing the opponent's soul to scatter and disappear from this world. The soul-killing technique could kill without leaving a trace. Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. This Earth Demon Lord was truly terrifying. He hadn't even sensed his aura, but the Earth Demon Lord already knew of his arrival. "Humph! Coward, do you dare to come out and fight me?" Gu Fei's voice was stern. His long hair fluttered in the absence of wind, and a powerful battle intent surged out from his body. Battle intent and killing intent surged in this part of the world. Leaves fell from the surrounding trees, and the flowers and grasses withered. The world was filled with killing intent. I've already said that I have no ill intentions. I'll be waiting for you at the Devil's Sealing Land. The Earth Demon Lord's voice resounded in Gu Fei's mind. Devil's Sealing Land. Gu Fei couldn't help but be taken aback. Not good. As if he had thought of something, his expression changed greatly. He had just come from the Devil's Sealing Land. That ominous devil was definitely not here. The Devil's Sealing Land, could it be Shua? With this thought in mind, Gu Fei directly shattered the void. When he appeared, he was already near the holy mountain of the god race. The holy mountain, hovering in the sky, didn't change much. However, Gu Fei could still sense a trace of demonic aura leaking out from the holy mountain. The holy mountain's seal could no longer contain the demonic energy inside. "You're finally back." The Earth Demon Lord's voice resounded in the Purple Manor Palace on the mountain peak. "You." Gu Fei's face turned extremely ugly. The thing he feared the most still happened. After merging with Li Xuandao's memories, he knew that there were actually 2 Devil's Sealing Lands in the Hell Dao. The place where the Eternal Buddhist Lord used the extreme Dao Buddha saber to seal the Devil's suppressing bone was only one of the 2 locations. The other location was the God Race's Holy Mountain. A powerful devil soul was sealed inside the Holy Mountain. One had to admit that the Eternal Buddhist Lord and the Supreme Dao Ancestor were very careful. The Buddhist Lord sealed the Devil's suppressing bone, while the Supreme Dao Ancestor sealed the Devil's soul. It could be said that it was a foolproof plan. However, it was a pity that the little monk Fan Xiao still managed to pull out the Buddhist weapon that sealed the Devil's suppressing bone, giving the true Devil's soul a chance to reform. The Earth Demon Lord had already condensed most of the Devil's soul, but one of the main souls was sealed inside the holy mountain of the God Race's Holy Land. Gu Fei already knew why this ominous devil entered the God Race's Holy Land. He came for the Devil's soul that was sealed inside the Holy Mountain by the Dao Ancestor. Chapter 642. The Earth Demon Lord, Ing Tian, sat on his throne. In front of the throne were countless figures, lying on the floor. This wasn't what shocked Gu Fei the most. Ing Tian's right foot was stepping on a divine beast with the body of a tortoise and the head of a dragon, while his left hand was holding a skull that flickered with a bright soul fire. Roar! Seeing this, Gu Fei's eyes turned bloodshot. He couldn't help throwing his head back and roaring at the sky, causing the entire divine race, Sacred Mountain, floating in the sky to tremble. "You've gone too far, and you still dare to say you have no malice?" Gu Fei was enraged. Killing intent soared to the sky. 5 supreme treasures flew out from his dantian, revolving around him. Every single one of them was vibrating, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Their divine might caused heaven and earth to dim, and even the sky to tremble. Big brother, save me. The skull in Ing Tian's hand emitted a panic-stricken soul fluctuation, begging Gu Fei for help. The owner of the skull was none other than He Tian. His skull had been plucked off by the Earth Demon Lord, and now he was playing with it like a toy. Smelly brat, don't worry about me, kill him. The old tortoise roared. A mighty, demonic beast race, Great Master, was actually trampled under the feet of this Earth Demon Lord. How did you all? Gu Fei couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. Wasn't the old tortoise refining countless heaven and earth treasures in his inner world, relying on the boundless life essence from the divine spring of life to break through to the demonic beast realm? How did he appear here and be restrained by Ing Tian? Old ancestor. At this time, a weak voice came from above the great hall. The people lying on the floor were the God Race experts, other than the God Race patriarch Li Jingxie and hierarch Li Fan, who were still conscious. Everyone else had fainted, including the God King realm experts. What did you do to them? Gu Fei glared fixedly at Ing Tian, who was sitting on the throne, his voice harsh and harsh. If looks could kill, that Earth Demon Lord Ing Tian would have died many times over. That Ing Tian laughed. Why would I do anything to them? I was just defending myself. The successor of the Tao ancestor doesn't seem to be much. He had subdued hundreds of God Race clansmen and imprisoned the old turtle and Erebus from Gu Fei's inner world. The Earth Demon Lord's Ing Tian methods had chilled Gu Fei's heart. What the hell do you want? Gu Fei gradually calmed down. If the other party wanted to annihilate the entire Protoss, killing Old Tortoise and He Tian would be a piece of cake. However, the demon didn't kill them directly. This guy definitely had a plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spared these people. Gu Fei didn't dare to lower his guard. He stood outside the Violet Manor Immortal Palace, not entering. The mountain and river cauldron floated above his head. Grand Mist Chaos Chi flowed down from the cauldron, protecting Gu Fei. The other 4 saint artifacts revolved around him, forming a terrifying domain. This kind of defense could be said to be foolproof, placing Gu Fei in an invincible position. Ing Tian pondered for a moment, then said, I want to join forces with you. Hearing this, Gu Fei was surprised. This Lord Ing Tian had obtained the item suppressed in the 9 mountains, raising his strength to an unbelievable level. Why did he want to join forces with him now? Why do you want to join forces with me? Gu Fei asked. He had a vague idea of Ing Tian's intentions. You and I will join forces to break the 9 dragons' battle pearl. After that, we will have another battle. The winner will obtain this piece of land. Ing Tian stated calmly. Gu Fei was tempted. After all, if he joined forces with this Lord Ing Tian, his chances of breaking the 9 dragons' battle pearl would be higher. However, this guy was still a demon. Will you let these people go if I agree to join forces with you? Gu Fei asked after some thought. He was a little hesitant, but he couldn't ignore the life and death of the old tortoise and He Tian. Of course, to show my sincerity, I will also give you a gift. The Earth Archdevil Lord Ing Tian said with a faint smile. Smelly brat, kill him, quickly kill him. Big brat, save me, I don't want to die. The old tortoise was humiliated, disregarding his own life, wanting Gu Fei to kill this Lord Ing Tian, while He Tian wanted to live. These 2 ruffians, one old and one young, had completely opposite intentions. All of you, shut your mouths, Gu Fei bellowed. If it weren't for the 2 of you, he wouldn't be in such a passive position in front of this Lord Ing Tian. How about it? A faint smile spread across the Earth Demon Lord's face. To him, the current situation was already completely under his control. I agree. After a while, Gu Fei couldn't think of a better way to resolve the current predicament. In the end, he could only agree to Ing Tian's suggestion. Very good. Remember your words. I will come find you at any time. The Earth Archdevil Lord Ing Tian's voice reverberated in the great hall. In the next moment, Ing Tian disappeared into the void. Not even Gu Fei saw how he left. Damn it! Gu Fei was enraged. He strode into the Purple Manor Immortal Palace, and with a wave of his hand, Immortal Tao God Force surged out, dispersing the devilish energy from the God Race experts. Soon, the unconscious God Race experts gradually regained their consciousness. Gu Fei no longer paid any attention to the several hundred God Race experts lying on the floor. Instead, he pulled the old tortoise and Hei Tian into his inner world. His expression was ugly to the extreme. Inside Gu Fei's inner world, the old tortoise transformed into a middle-aged man with a majestic appearance, while Hei Tian reattached his skull to his neck. What happened? How did you get caught by that devil lord? Gu Fei asked directly. He couldn't imagine how Ing Tian captured the old tortoise and Hei Tian in his inner world. The old tortoise and Hei Tian couldn't help feeling a little confused. They didn't know why they suddenly appeared inside the Purple Manor Immortal Palace and were captured by the Devil Lord. In front of the Devil Lord, the old tortoise and Hei Tian couldn't resist at all. Even the God Race Patriarch Li Jingxie and Hierarch Li Fan were subdued by the Devil Lord in a single exchange. According to the old tortoise and Hei Tian's description, they were inexplicably dragged into the void by force and then appeared in the great hall of the Purple Manor Immortal Palace. How could this be? Gu Fei couldn't help frowning. The Earth Archdevil Lord Ing Tian's method was too clever. He actually captured people from his inner world. What kind of marvelous divine ability was that? Could it be? Gu Fei suddenly thought of something. Then, the divine eyes of the immortal path emerged from between his brows and swept over the old tortoise and Hei Tian's bodies. Soon, Gu Fei's expression eased. The divine eyes of the immortal path could see through all illusions and point directly to the origin of all things in heaven and earth. With the divine eyes of the immortal path, the old tortoise and Hei Tian's bodies were clearly visible. Gu Fei could even see the depths of their souls. Gu Fei discovered that there was nothing unusual about the old tortoises and Hei Tian's skeletal bodies, but there was an extremely obscure soul fluctuation in the depths of their souls. So that's how it is. Realization dawned on Gu Fei. The Earth Archdevil had already done something to the old tortoise and Hei Tian's souls. Unless it was someone with strength comparable to the Earth Archdevil Lord, no one would be able to detect it. The Earth Archdevil Lord Ing Tian didn't directly enter Gu Fei's inner world to capture the old tortoise and Hei Tian. Gu Fei couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Whoosh! A strange force rushed out of the divine eyes of the immortal path and reached the depths of the old tortoise's soul, directly dispersing the soul fluctuation hidden in the old tortoise's soul. Then, Gu Fei used the same method to disperse the trace of soul fluctuation hidden in the depths of Hei Tian's soul. He found out so quickly. In the void 1,000 li away from the divine race's sacred land stood a black figure. It was a pale-faced, black-haired young man. The young man's eyes were like two bottomless demon caves. There were no pupils, and wisps of black leaked out from his eyes, giving off an eerie and terrifying feeling. This person was the Earth Archdevil Lord Ing Tian, who had just disappeared from the Purple Manor Immortal Palace. That kid doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Ing Tian sighed and disappeared into the void again. There wasn't a trace of movement in the void. The Earth Archdevil Lord Ing Tian's escape art was different from the others. Inside Gu Fei's inner world. All right, be more careful in the future. Gu Fei said to the old tortoise and Hei Tian. He already knew that the demon lord must have done something to their souls. That was why the old tortoise and Hei Tian had inexplicably appeared in the Purple Manor Immortal Palace. Roar! I'm going to kill that bastard. The old tortoise was trampled under Ing Tian's foot. He had never received such humiliation before. Humph. Gu Fei glanced at the old tortoise, then said, "You should improve your strength and cultivation first. Then we'll talk." Hearing this, the old tortoise directly teleported away, disappearing in front of Gu Fei. He was dragged out of Gu Fei's inner world by the demon lord at the critical moment of breaking through. He wanted to continue breaking through. Big brother, are you really going to ally with that Tian? Hey Tian asked cautiously. Allying with a demon lord always made him feel uneasy. He wants to use me, but I'm also using him. Gu Fei said coldly. In his opinion, allying with a demon lord was nothing but a process of mutual exploitation. Gu Fei no longer paid attention to He Tian. He opened his inner world and walked out. At this time, the patriarch of the god race, Li Jingxia, walked into the Purple Manor Immortal Palace with a jade box in his hand, handing it over to Gu Fei. Old ancestor, that demon lord left this box behind. Li Jingxia said, You may leave. Gu Fei said after receiving the box. Yes. Li Jingxia immediately retreated from the Purple Manor Immortal Palace. The box was very heavy. Holding it in his hand felt like he was holding a giant mountain. What exactly was inside? Gu Fei was very curious about the contents of the box. After Li Jingxia left, Gu Fei immediately opened the box and looked inside. Inside was a fist-sized ancient seal, covered in cracks, as if it could shatter into millions of pieces at any time. Chapter 643. Although the Earth demonic Lord Tian had left, he left behind a treasure of the demonic race, the Tai Sovereign Seal. It was obvious that he was expressing his sincerity to Gu Fei. The Supreme Saint Seal of the demon clan in the box did not have anything magical about it. It was just simple and ancient, covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any time. There was no energy fluctuation nor any aura. However, this seemingly ordinary ancient seal was as heavy as a primordial divine mountain. The ancient seal was engraved with ancient and mysterious runes that seemed to be naturally formed. These were the supreme demonic runes of the demonic race. Gu Fei held the seal and rubbed his chin. Then he suddenly opened his inner world and threw the ancient seal and the box into his inner world. Of course, he opened Li Xuandao's inner world. In the instant that the ancient seal entered his inner world, there was a loud boom, and it suddenly expanded to the size of a giant mountain. Rumble! Like a gigantic mountain crushing down on the void, the ancient seal emitted a towering demonic aura, emitting a demonic light that shook the entire inner world. The inner world, nurtured by a supreme immortal physique, was a world of its own with its own universal laws. The moment the supreme demon seal entered this world, it seemed to have awakened and exuded a strand of divine aura. Within the monstrous light, there were faint demonic runes that exuded the aura of the Grand Tao. Above the supreme demon seal, there were traces of the Grand Tao circulating. The Tai Sovereign Seal, the old tortoise's surprised and joyful voice, resounded in the inner world. Then, a giant purple hand that exuded a vast amount of demonic energy directly appeared above the Tai Sovereign Seal and grabbed at it. The appearance of the Tai Sovereign Seal immediately alarmed the old tortoise, who was using endless spiritual energy to increase his cultivation and strength. The old tortoise immediately made a move, wanting to take away the Tai Sovereign Seal. Boom! The Tai Sovereign Seal vibrated and exuded an endless amount of energy. The vast demonic energy directly shattered the giant hand that was descending from the sky. Divine weapons of the extreme Tao were all treasures that had already developed a soul. It was not an easy task to take away a divine weapon of the extreme Tao, because the soul of the divine weapon of the extreme Tao would resist. How preposterous! When I recover my cultivation, I'll take you in. The old turtle was extremely unwilling. At this time, he still did not have the strength to take in an extreme Tao divine weapon. He stopped attacking and became silent. Boom! The Tai Huang seal descended from the sky and landed on a mountain range. Immediately, the mountain collapsed and the river flowed backwards. The Tai Huang seal was like an ancient divine mountain falling on the ground, almost destroying the entire mountain range. The entire inner world shook violently. After Gu Fei threw the Tai sovereign seal into his inner world, he immediately closed it. He stood up from his throne and walked out of the purple divine palace. The divine chaos stone in front of the purple divine palace had already fallen to the side. That devil! Gu Fei's heart was filled with anger. Needless to say, the devil's soul sealed in the holy mountain had already been taken away by Ying Tian after he broke the seal. With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei retrieved the divine chaos stone. The earth archdevil, Lord Ying Tian, had taken away the last devil soul. No wonder that Lord Devil left so quickly. He went to refine the devil soul, merging it into a perfect devil soul. It was hard to imagine how strong Ying Tian's cultivation would be after his devil soul was completely reformed. Gu Fei suddenly realized that although he had 5 supreme treasures, he did not seem to have much of a chance of winning in the final battle. Since they were going to go all out, the heavenly race's holy ground would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Gu Fei soared into the sky and stopped in the air above the violet immortal palace. He swept his gaze across the surroundings of the Saint Mountain, only to see spiritual qi rippling in the vicinity. There were strange peaks on the ground, dotted with buildings, small bridges, flowing rivers, lush greenery, and beautiful flowers. This place could definitely be considered a rare paradise. It would be a pity if such a place of immortal essence was destroyed during the attack on the 9th mountain. When Gu Fei thought of this, he sent a voice transmission to gather the celestial race. He didn't want this spiritual land to be destroyed just like that. Back then, when they attacked the 9 mountains' ominous land, they had already caused an earth-shattering commotion, let alone attacking the 9 dragons, vying for the pearl. The 9 mountains' fierce land was even more terrifying than the 9 mountains' fierce land. It was the ultimate death trap of the Naraka Dao. Those who entered this death trap would definitely die 9 times out of 10. Even the celestial race's mighty figures perished inside. Only Li Xuandao, who sacrificed an immortal Dao treasure, managed to escape from the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl and escaped with his life. Very soon, the several hundred heavenly race experts gathered in the great hall of the purple divine palace. At this time, Gu Fei had also returned to the great hall, sitting on the throne at the center of the hall. His gaze swept across the crowd below. Seeing Li Jingxie, Li Fan, and the other godly monarchs present, he said, "The Naraka Dao is about to undergo a great change. I summoned you all here to discuss how our race will avoid this great storm. We will follow the old ancestors' arrangements." Patriarch Li Jingxie bowed to Gu Fei respectfully, not daring to show the slightest bit of neglect. "We are willing to follow the old ancestors' arrangements." Several hundred heavenly race experts replied respectfully. "Very good." Gu Fei nodded. Although he did not show any expression on his face, he was actually a little surprised. Why were the hundreds of heavenly race experts reacting in unison? In fact, Gu Fei did not know that Li Xuandao was a supreme existence in the heavenly race. Even the patriarch Li Jingxie was his junior. All the heavenly race experts, from the patriarch to the ordinary immortals, were absolutely obedient to Li Xuandao. There was absolutely no objection to his decisions. "I want to temporarily move our race's sacred land into the inner world." Gu Fei looked around and said, "This," the hundreds of heavenly race experts couldn't help but look at each other. Moving the entire sacred land into the inner world. This was a little shocking. One must know that the sacred land of the heavenly race spanned thousands of miles. Did the old ancestor have the supreme power to move the entire area into the inner world? "Old ancestor, can we know the reason for this?" Patriarch Li Jingxie asked Gu Fei after he recovered from his shock. After all, this matter was too big. It was best to take a look at it directly. This concerned the foundation of the heavenly race in the Naraka realm. This made everyone feel uneasy. Gu Fei glanced at Li Jingxie and said, "The final battle is about to begin. Attacking the place where the 9 dragons fight for the pearl will be even more dangerous than attacking the 9th mountain. If we don't prepare in advance, our sacred land will be destroyed. The crowd of heavenly race experts couldn't help but recall the scene when they attacked the 9th mountain. The terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth still made their hearts palpitate. Chapter 644. It was almost impossible to take the entire sacred land into one's inner world. Even with Gu Fei's peerless immortal physique and the same level of cultivation as Li Xuandao, it was still difficult to do so. Taking an area of 10,000 li into one's inner world was no longer a divine ability of the Almighty. Only an extreme Tao expert would be able to accomplish such a feat. It was easy to shatter an area of 10,000 li and turn a part of the world into a primordial void. However, even an Almighty would find it difficult to separate an area of 10,000 li from this world. Therefore, after discussing with Patriarch Li Jingxia, Hierarch Li Fan, and the others, Gu Fei decided to only take the most important areas of the god race's sacred land into his inner world. They planned to give up the other areas. The sacred mountain and the 2 divine springs of life must be moved into Gu Fei's inner world. There was also the herb valley for growing divine herbs and the archaic bronze temple for refining divine weapons. Several picturesque areas that resembled immortal realms were also moved into the inner world. Those below the god monarch realm dispersed and packed their belongings. An hour later, they gathered outside the violet immortal palace. Then, Gu Fei opened his inner world and took them in. Subsequently, under the leadership of Patriarch Li Jingxia and Hierarch Li Fan, the god monarchs spread out to carve countless divine runes on the sacred mountain and the 2 divine springs. Only the God King realm and above could imprint the divine rune of the immortal Tao in the void. With the power of the great Tao condensed from the divine rune of the immortal Tao, they could sever the void and sever the connection between the sacred mountain and the divine spring with this world, forcibly separating the sacred mountain and the divine spring from this world. Only with this method could the sacred mountain and the divine springs be moved into Gu Fei's inner world. 3 days and 3 nights later, strange noises and energy fluctuations suddenly came from the sacred land of the divine race. Then, the 9 heavenly pillars outside the sacred land soared into the sky and flew into the depths of the sacred land. The 9 heavenly pillars, which had existed for an unknown number of years, had finally completed their mission and disappeared in the depths of the God clan's holy land. The unusual movements of the God clan's holy land immediately alarmed the major races in the depths of the world of death. All the undead creatures were inexplicably amazed. They didn't expect that the divine race would remove the barrier around the divine race's holy land. In this case, wouldn't all the undead creatures be able to enter that vibrant world? Soon, many powerful undead creatures gathered outside the divine race's holy land. Although the spell had been withdrawn, none of the undead creatures dared to rashly enter the world of light in front of them. Rumble! From the depths of the divine race's holy land came a series of strange sounds that sounded like muffled thunder. The entire death world was affected, and one could feel the tremors coming from the ground. Soon, the figure of the incomparably powerful undead creature appeared outside the divine race's sacred land. Swoosh! The supreme emperor of the undying skeleton race had arrived. His sole divine light illuminated the entire heaven and earth. His skeletal body emitted tens of thousands of rays of divine light, and a vast soul fluctuation spread between heaven and earth. Boom! From another direction, monstrous black energy surged. That was the ghostly energy of the netherworld. It emitted a creepy and frightening aura. Amidst the ghostly energy, a shadow was faintly discernible. The supreme emperor of the netherworld race had arrived. The supreme corpse emperor of the corpse race had also appeared outside the divine race's holy land. The strength of the corpse emperor was obviously much weaker than the supreme emperor of the undying skeleton race and the supreme emperor of the netherworld race. The supreme emperor of the corpse race had already been killed by Gu Fei's violet gold divine sword. The new supreme corpse emperor didn't have invincible battle prowess. He simply couldn't be compared with the supreme emperor of the undying skeleton race and the supreme emperor of the netherworld race. The three great sovereigns appeared outside the divine race's holy land. They were all observing and didn't enter the area with exuberant vitality in front of them. They had some scruples. The god race was absolutely not to be trifled with. Even if there seemed to be a major change in the divine race's holy land, that even the barrier around the divine race had been withdrawn. However, even so, a group of powerful undead creatures only dared to peep outside the divine race's holy land. They didn't dare to rashly enter the divine race's holy land. As time passed, the weather in the depths of the divine race's holy land changed. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to gather towards the divine race's holy land. It seemed that someone was gathering spiritual energy from all directions in the depths of the divine race's holy land. Gradually, the flowers and trees in the divine race's holy land began to wither and turn yellow. The life essence of this land was constantly gathering towards the depths of the divine race's holy land. The vitality of all living creatures was rapidly draining away. The flowers and trees that had lost their vitality began to wither and turn yellow. Then the death energy from outside the divine race's holy land rushed into the divine race's holy land, turning them into ashes that drifted in the void. The 9 heavenly pillars that sealed the divine race's holy land flew away. The barrier that isolated the divine race's holy land from the outside also disappeared. The death energy outside the divine race's holy land began to corrode the divine race's holy land. The last pure land in the world of death was gradually turning into a lifeless land of death. Boom! An earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the depths of the divine race's holy land. The sound shook the heavens and the earth, causing the vault of heaven to tremble and the earth to tremble. The entire world of death shook violently. A ripple that was visible to the naked eye spread out from the depths of the divine race's holy land. Outside the divine race's holy land, many powerful undead creatures in the sky directly fell from the sky and smashed heavily on the ground. Even the supreme emperors of the undead clan, the supreme emperors of the netherworld clan, and the newly appointed supreme corpse emperor had a change of expression. They hurriedly retreated. After half an hour, the abnormal movements in the depths of the divine race's holy land gradually calmed down. The terrifying energy fluctuations were also rapidly weakening. Until the depths of the divine race's holy land had completely calmed down, the powerful undead creatures that had retreated gradually gathered towards the divine race's holy land. Great change. It's definitely a great change. A great change has occurred in the divine race's holy land. The supreme emperors of the undead skeleton clan and the netherworld clan were inexplicably shocked. They really wanted to know what had happened in the depths of the divine race's holy land. At this time, in the inner world of Gu Fei's peerless immortal body, a huge mountain was suspended high in the sky. On the peak of the mountain, there was an immortal palace shrouded in divine light. This unfalling divine mountain was the divine race's sacred mountain. The inner world that Li Shu and Dao had developed was definitely big enough to fit the entire divine clan's sacred land inside. In the inner world, the immortal Dao's aura was vast and mighty. The area where the unfalling divine mountain was located was shrouded in immortal qi and flickering lights. It was like a land of immortals. The 2 divine springs of life formed 2 small lakes at the foot of the sacred mountain. A vast amount of life essence gushed out from the 2 springs, nourishing this area and making it dense with spiritual qi. In another direction, demonic qi soared to the sky. The old tortoise had reached the critical moment of breaking through the profound door. The divine race's sacred mountain was located in the east of the inner world. This area was temporarily the divine race's foothold. In the south of the inner world, there was a huge mountain-like seal. The north was where the old tortoise was trying to break through the bottleneck. Standing on the sacred mountain, Gu Fei opened his immortal divine eyes and scanned the surroundings. He found that the old tortoise was sitting cross-legged above the divine spring. The spiritual essence of the heaven and earth that had piled up like a small mountain in the divine spring had already turned into dust. A steady stream of life essence was sucked out by him and entered his body. Endless demonic Tao patterns appeared on the old tortoise's body. Those Tao patterns seemed to have grown inside his body, and there was a great divine charm lingering around him. The demonic qi was vast and mighty. The divine spring of life below had long dried up, but endless life essence was still gushing out from the mouth of the spring, as if it was inexhaustible. This small divine spring was only a branch of the spirit root. Therefore, even though this divine spring was small, it contained a vast amount of life essence energy. The spirit root was providing the small divine spring with life essence energy. Otherwise, this small divine spring would have long been wasted. He Tian was hiding in a small valley where spiritual energy gathered. He was also cultivating. The yin and yang bony body had yin and yang qi lingering around it, but the soul fire in his skull was very calm. The power of yin and yang circulated on the yin and yang bony body, and a Tai Chi diagram appeared around He Tian. The divine charm of the great Tao circulated around the diagram. Not bad. The immortal divine eyes could see through the void, and He Tian had nowhere to hide. When Gu Fei sensed He Tian's aura, he couldn't help but nod inwardly. In time, this ruffian skeleton might break through the monarch realm and become a sovereign realm expert. After carefully observing the old tortoise and He Tian, he saw that the two were making their final sprint. In the world of cultivation, strength determined everything. Tai, sovereign seal. Gu Fei's eyes fell on the ancient seal that was like a giant mountain. This treasure had smashed into a mountain range. Although the seal was full of cracks, it did not collapse. Countless demon race Tao patterns appeared on the seal, and a trace of the great Tao's aura circulated around the seal. Cheap old tortoise. Although Gu Fei was also very jealous, this treasure was a sacred relic of the demon race. If he took it for himself, he was afraid that all the demons in the world would come to him for revenge. After Gu Fei settled down the celestial race, he directly opened the inner world and walked out. Those guys! After coming out of the inner world, Gu Fei immediately sensed the movement outside the celestial race's sacred land. There were many powerful undead creatures spying on him. However, Gu Fei didn't pay attention to those guys. Instead, he directly disappeared into the void, teleporting away. In the land of demons sealing, the devil Qi was boundless. 18 devil flags were planted in the ground, exuding thick layers of devil Qi. In the center of these 18 devil flags sat a black-haired young man. This black-haired young man was Ying Tian. He was circulating his devil Qi to reform his soul. Swish! At this time, the sound of whistling wind sounded. A white-robed young man walked out from the void as if he had appeared out of thin air. Chapter 645. It's you! Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the devil array formation, the Earth Archdevil ancestor Ying Tian asked calmly. He had no intention of getting up from the ground. On his body, there was a faint and illusory demonic shadow. Powerful soul power surged out from the demonic shadow. It was a demonic soul. Gu Fei walked in the air, directly arriving outside the devil array formation. The 18 devil flags fluttered noisily in the wind, with devil runes and the aura of the great Tao flowing around them. This was the aura of the great Tao of the devil. These 18 devil flags were not simple at all, gathering the surrounding heaven and earth energy into devil Qi to nourish the devil soul. I really want to know how you entered the God race's holy land, how you broke the holy mountain's restrictive array formation, and how you took away the devil's soul sealed inside. Gu Fei asked nonchalantly. The restrictive array formation outside the god race's holy land was definitely a peerless array formation set up by an extreme Tao master imbued with the power of the great Tao. Even a supreme expert would find it difficult to break it. Being able to sneak into the god race's holy land without a trace, subduing a group of god race experts, and even imprisoning the old tortoise and Haitian from his inner world. This kind of method made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. This level of restrictive array formation cannot stop me. Ing Tian stated. He didn't want to explain in detail. Soul force surged from his body, as if two powerful devil souls were intertwining and fusing together. Even with the devil array's barrier, strands of soul force still leaked out, filling the air with a kind of demonic energy. This kind of devil aura could stir up a cultivator's heart devil, affecting their state of mind. Of course, this kind of demonic energy couldn't affect Gu Fei at all. Oh, a cold light flickered in Gu Fei's eyes. He wasn't surprised at all. This devil was a legendary innate god nurtured by the heaven and earth. It would be strange if he didn't have some ability. What do you want? Ing Tian sensed the intense killing intent from Gu Fei, but he remained calm, not the slightest bit nervous. Gu Fei stared coldly at the earth archdevil ancestor, Ing Tian. This guy was one of the 5 elements archdevil ancestors, the oldest archdevil god between heaven and earth. Gu Fei was contemplating whether he should make a move, whether he had the ability to kill such a ferocious devil. He wasn't confident. Even extreme experts like the Buddhist Lord and the Supreme Tao Ancestor couldn't kill this fiendish demon in front of him. They could only suppress it, let alone himself. The other party was not the Jade Bone Demon. While he could kill the Jade Bone Demon, the ferocious demon before him was not something that the Jade Bone Demon could compare with. Gu Fei's expression flickered several times. In the end, the vague killing intent on his body vanished. He really wasn't confident in being able to kill this fiendish devil in front of him, so he endured it. Seeing that Gu Fei had retracted his killing intent, the Earth Archdevil Ancestor Ing Tian inwardly let out a sigh of relief. He was at a critical juncture of refining his devil soul. If this guy came to disturb him, all his efforts would go to waste, and he would have to start all over again. Do you know where those 2 bald donkeys are? Gu Fei asked. Since he wasn't confident he could kill this fiendish devil, he would go settle the debt with the little monk Fan Xiu. Ing Tian was stunned hearing this. Did this guy want to join hands with those 2 bald donkeys? This was not a good idea. Don't know. Ing Tian answered straightforwardly, because he really didn't know. The little monk Fan Xiu and that nameless old monk's whereabouts were very secretive, as if they were plotting something. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly, then turned around and left without saying another word. He was very familiar with that little monk Fan Xiu. Don't be fooled by this little monk's delicate appearance. In truth, this little guy could be said to be the ancestor of all underhanded methods. Even someone as astute as the old tortoise had suffered losses time and time again under this little monk's hands, causing him to gnash his teeth in hatred, wishing he could tear this little monk into pieces. The fact that little monk Fan Xiu and that nameless old monk were hiding in the dark made Gu Fei feel very uneasy. The threat that little monk Fan Xiu posed to him was no less than the Earth Archdevil, Lord Ing Tian. After leaving the land of Devil Sealing, Gu Fei wanted to find the little monk Fan Xiu. His figure kept appearing in every corner of the Hell Dao. However, he didn't find anything. That little monk Fan Xiu and the nameless old monk seemed to have vanished into thin air. This made Gu Fei feel even more uneasy. What are those 2 bald donkeys trying to do? Gu Fei returned to the god race's holy ground, standing on top of a spiritual mountain, falling into contemplation. Inside the god race's holy ground, the remaining spiritual energy was still dissipating. The aura of death began to appear in this paradise. Inside the god race's holy ground, Large pits could be seen everywhere. These pits were originally filled with immortal spiritual energy. After these immortal spiritual energy lands were sucked into Gu Fei's inner world, large pits appeared where they used to be. The small pits on the ground were only a few li wide, while the big ones were several hundred li wide. The god of life spring and immortal spiritual energy lands were sucked into Gu Fei's inner world. The god race's holy ground lost its source of spiritual energy, causing the spiritual energy to dissipate. The vegetation inside the god race's holy ground began to wither from the outside. Under the corrosion of the aura of death, the plants inside the god race's holy ground began to lose its vitality. The last pure land in the world of death was losing its vitality. The aura of death outside the god race's holy ground grew stronger and stronger. The number of dead creatures gathered outside also increased. However, even at this time, those dead creatures were still observing from the sidelines. The god race had controlled the world of death for countless years. They were the strongest race among all the races in the world of death. They were the true rulers of hell. No one dared to challenge the god race's authority. Not a single dead creature dared to enter the god race's holy ground. The god race seemed to have undergone a great change, but their deterrence didn't diminish in the slightest. Who cares what those two bald donkeys are plotting in the dark? Since they dare to scheme behind our backs, we'll join forces with that Ing Tian to annihilate them. Gu Fei said angrily. He pondered for a long time, but still couldn't think of a good solution. He really didn't want to be ambushed by that little monk Fan Xiao at this critical moment. However, he was in the open, while that little monk Fan Xiao was hiding in the dark. Then Gu Fei began to transmit his voice to the Supreme Emperor, who was peeping outside the god race's holy ground. Soon, the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan arrived at the mountain peak where Gu Fei was located with a white skeleton. That white skeleton was the same skeleton that walked the same path as He Tian's brother. Gu Fei discovered that this brother of He Tian's wasn't in a good state. His cultivation base seemed to be fluctuating, hovering between the monarch realm and the sovereign realm. It was very strange. This white skeleton's advancement was far worse than He Tian's. The soul fires inside the white skeleton skulls were still shrouded in death chi. It was difficult to purify them completely. After the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan arrived, the Supreme Emperor of the Nether Tribe and the newly appointed Supreme Corpse Emperor also arrived. Greetings, Lord. The three Supreme Emperors and the white skeleton respectfully bowed to Gu Fei, standing on the mountain peak. They had chosen to submit to Gu Fei. If it weren't for Gu Fei summoning them with his voice transmission, they wouldn't have dared to step into this last pure land. Gu Fei nodded, then said, "Immediately pass down my order. Even if you have to turn the entire purgatory realm upside down, you must find those two bald donkeys." Yes, the three Supreme Emperors hurriedly accepted the order, then directly sent out their voice transmission. Soon, the dead creatures gathered outside the god race's holy ground started to stir. The Undying Skeleton Clan, the Nether Tribe, and the Corpse Race. These three powerful races' dead creatures began to move. Chapter 646. The Supreme Emperors of the Undying Skeleton Clan, Netherworld Clan, and Corpse Clan had all left. All the undead creatures in the world of death were on the move in order to find the little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk. However, after several days, there was still no news. In the holy land of the god race, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. Beside him stood a white skeleton named Baiyang. He Tian was in seclusion in Gu Fei's inner world, so Baiyang was temporarily at Gu Fei's side. He ran errands for Gu Fei, and from time to time, he would go out to inquire about news. Gu Fei carefully examined Baiyang's condition. He was surprised to find that Baiyang had reached the critical moment of completely purifying the aura of death contained in his soul. His cultivation realm was fluctuating, very unstable. This was also the reason why his current condition was like nirvana, very dangerous. After the aura of death faded, he would welcome a new life. He Tian had walked on this path of transformation that reversed life and death. This Baiyang had also embarked on this path. To purify the aura of death entangled in the soul was not difficult. As long as one continuously tempered it with life essence, it would be fine. However, in the world of death, there was not much life essence. Moreover, Gu Fei did not intend to help Baiyang. The spiritual energy in the holy land of the god race gradually dissipated, but the sun in the sky was still bright, sprinkling down endless sunlight on the earth. The sunlight in the Holy Land did not make Baiyang feel uncomfortable. Baiyang's bone body did not have anything extraordinary, just like ordinary bones. Only the soul fire in the skull emitted soul fluctuations that were sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Baiyang's soul fire was sometimes dazzling, causing the sun in the sky to lose its color. Other times it was dim, as if it was about to be extinguished. After several days, there was still no news from the outside. Gu Fei could not help but admire the little monk Fan Xiao. This guy was really good at hiding. One night, a loud sound suddenly came from the direction of the demon's sealing land. Then, a terrifying demonic aura suddenly erupted and spread throughout the world. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook as if 10,000 horses were galloping, or as if muffled thunder from the highest heavens. In the land of devil sealing, the winds and clouds changed color. Demonic energy soared into the sky, and an enormous black shadow towered between the heavens and earth, like an ancient giant roaring to the heavens. Roar! The roar spread throughout the entire Naraka realm. Sensing that terrifying and powerful demonic aura, all the undead creatures trembled in fear. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain, opened his eyes. It's time. He stood up, looking in the direction of the land of devil sealing. The Earth Archdevil Lord Ing Tian had successfully refined the devil souls and reformed them. Next, it was time to attack the land of the 9 dragons competing pearls. The energy fluctuations of the demonic path shook the heavens and the earth. Even in the holy land of the god race, one could still feel the power and terror of that power. Ing Tian's continuous increase in strength was definitely not a good thing for Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly felt a tremor in his dantian as a surge of origin energy surged out from his dantian. Gu Fei couldn't help but be taken aback. Someone was shaking his inner world. At this time, Gu Fei's inner world was in complete chaos. Demonic energy soared to the sky, the earth quaked, and the sky swayed as if a sun was about to fall from the sky. I've finally recovered my old cultivation. A ghastly howl of laughter resounded in Gu Fei's inner world. Boom! A giant dragon soared to the sky, exuding boundless demonic energy fluctuations. The violent energy caused the heavens and earth to pale in comparison. In the eastern domain, the god race experts were panic-stricken. Even the god race patriarch Li Jingxie and hierarch Li Fan were visibly shaken. The boundless demonic energy that came from afar shook the sacred mountain, hovering high in the sky. The entire sacred mountain was affected, and ancient immortal runes began to appear on its surface. That old monster, the god race patriarch Li Jingxie, stood at the peak of the sacred mountain, gazing at the giant dragon in the sky with a solemn expression. Who would have thought? Hierarch Li Fan sighed. Li Sheng, who was on good terms with the old tortoise, couldn't help but smile at this scene. The other god race experts, on the other hand, were panic-stricken. When did this scourge become so powerful? Recalling the scene of the old tortoise and He Tian wreaking havoc on the god race's sacred ground, the god race experts couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. This old monster had broken through. His cultivation was high, and his strength was formidable. Apart from the old ancestor, no one else in the god race could contend against him. No one could restrain this old monster. What should they do? The God race experts knew that their days in the future were not going to be easy. Swoosh! Gu Fei broke through the void and directly appeared in his inner world. A dragon? This. Gu Fei was dumbfounded when he saw the giant dragon circling high in the sky. What was going on? How did the old tortoise turn into a giant dragon? The old tortoise's original form should be a dragon tortoise. Ha! Brat, I did it! The giant dragon spoke in a human voice, its voice echoing through the sky and the earth. Even though they were very far away, the members of the celestial race on the celestial race's sacred mountain still felt their blood boiling. The vast sound had impacted them. Boom! With a loud quake, the purple giant dragon suddenly emitted a bright, demonic light. The giant dragon was transforming, and then a black tortoise the size of a mountain appeared high in the sky. The tortoise had a dragon's head and a tortoise's body. The aura of a divine beast was mighty. There were many immortal birds in Gu Fei's inner world. When these immortal birds sensed the aura of a divine beast, they all crouched on the ground and trembled in fear. Boom! There was another loud quake. In the demonic light, the mountain-like tortoise shadow changed again. A giant dragon appeared high in the sky and circled high in the sky. The old tortoise continued to transform between the giant dragon and the black tortoise. It was extremely powerful, and terrifying demonic power constantly surged from the old tortoise's body. Good, good, good. Ha! Gu Fei laughed. The old tortoise had successfully broken through. Gu Fei sensed that the old tortoise's strength was no less than his. The old tortoise's breakthrough was too timely. The old tortoise's body was constantly transforming. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Every transformation seemed to break some kind of seal. The mighty energy fluctuations from the old tortoise's body were also constantly increasing. Rumble, the powerful force, caused the void to collapse. The mighty aftershock also caused the mountains below to collapse. The sound produced by the old tortoise was very terrifying. It could be said that the sky and the earth were falling apart. The entire inner world was impacted. Gu Fei hurriedly took out 5 extreme Tao divine weapons to suppress the surroundings and stabilize the violently shaking heaven and earth. Otherwise, this side of heaven and earth might be destroyed. Chapter 6:47. Inside Gu Fei's supreme immortal physique, dragon roars shook the sky. The old turtle's cultivation had finally recovered to the almighty realm. The mighty power of the almighty realm spread out in all directions as demonic energy soared to the sky. High up in the sky, the old turtle's body was constantly changing. Sometimes it was a dragon soaring in the sky, and sometimes it was a black turtle roaring. The vast and terrifying pressure caused the souls of others to tremble in fear. Fortunately, this part of the world was extremely sturdy after being refined by its previous master. Additionally, Gu Fei used 5 supreme sacred treasures to suppress the 8 directions, preventing the old turtle from destroying this part of the world. Almighty demon race. Gu Fei stood in the sky. His eyes flashed like stars. The old turtle's strength had increased to an unbelievable level. Gu Fei asked himself, even if he seized Li Xuandao's Tao fruit and inherited Li Xuandao's immortal power, as well as the various immortal techniques, it would still be difficult for him to suppress the old turtle. All below the almighty realm were ants. The old turtle's breakthrough was akin to ascending to the heavens in one step. From now on, he could look down on all beings and become almighty realm cultivator second only to the extreme Tao cultivators. At this time, if the old turtle wanted to kill Li Jingxia and the others, it would be as easy as flipping his palm. The inner world seemed to have no advantage in a battle between almighty realm cultivators. Old tortoise's supreme demonic body changed between the giant dragon and the black tortoise 9 times. Then, in the boundless demonic light, the giant dragon and the black tortoise seemed to merge together, and a stalwart figure walked out of the demonic light. The vast and terrifying aura in the world began to recede like the tide. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief as the feeling of being pressed down by a mountain quickly disappeared. "Ha ha!" the old tortoise laughed and took a step forward. In the next moment, he appeared before Gu Fei. The old tortoise was wearing a purple robe and a dragon crown on his head. He looked majestic and had the aura of an emperor. His aura had changed greatly. Although he was standing in front of Gu Fei, it was as if he had become one with this part of the world. Every move he made was filled with the flow of the great Tao. At this level, the old tortoise no longer needed to draw the demon clan's divine runes to borrow the power of heaven and earth. He could directly draw the power of heaven and earth for his own use. He was almost the embodiment of heaven and earth. With the power of the Tao on his body, going against him was equivalent to going against the heavens and earth. Right now, the old turtle only had scruples about supreme mighty figures and extreme masters. "Stinking brat, my words carry enormous weight. From now on, I will protect you for 1,000 years. The old tortoise said. His words naturally revealed a sense of dignity. As long as the supreme almighty and extreme Tao powerhouses did not appear, he no longer had any scruples. Far in the distance, when the gods' race heard the words of the old tortoise, they were a little displeased. To think that this fellow would dare to speak to their old ancestor in such a manner. This was simply too insolent. No one in the Shun clan could see that their great ancestor was no longer the original great ancestor. No one could see that Gu Fei was a fake who controlled Li Xuandao's eye. Very good. Gu Fei nodded. He was also very happy. With the old tortoise's protection, he might not even need 1,000 years to break through to the mighty realm. Then, with a wave of his hand, Gu Fei kept the 5 supreme treasures. He, stinking brat, the grand sovereign seal is mine. As he spoke, the old tortoise directly disappeared into the void. Soon, the area where the grand sovereign seal was located erupted with a towering, demonic aura. This old tortoise. Gu Fei could not help but be startled. He thought that this fellow was a little too impatient. He had just broken through and was already refining the demon clan's supreme, sacred treasure? Just as the old tortoise was about to refine the grand sovereign seal impatiently, an extremely powerful soul wave was transmitted from another direction in the inner world. Ha! Emperor Realm, I've broken through. I've finally broken through. Those 7 girls who bullied me. Just you wait. Hey Tian, I'm going to find you now to talk about life and reason. Waha! This was not a voice, but a soul fluctuation. The powerful soul fluctuation surged between heaven and earth. Hey Tian's words rang in everyone's hearts. It's that lecherous skeleton. On the sacred mountain of the Shen clan, the 7 fairies immediately turned pale when they felt the soul fluctuation. They had once taught Hey Tian a lesson. These 7 fairies still thought that the person who peeped on them was Hey Tian. Therefore, the 7 fairies branded Hey Tian as a despicable, shameless, vulgar, and lecherous person. What the hell are you shouting for? What's so great about Emperor Realm cultivation? A disdainful voice came from the sacred mountain of the Shen clan. Someone did not take Hey Tian seriously. Roar! Who is it? Get out here! Hey Tian rushed out from his seclusion. The power of yin and yang surged, and the soul fire in his skull was as bright as the sun. The power of yin and yang surged on Hey Tian's skeleton. Black and white divine lights circulated on his yin and yang skeleton, emitting a trace of Tao charm. Gu Fei could not help but rejoice when he saw the scene. Hey Tian had also broken through. That level of soul fluctuation was enough to show that Hey Tian was already an Emperor Realm expert. Reckless guy, do you want to challenge me? The voice from before rang out on the sacred mountain again. The cold words revealed an undisguised killing intent. Then a figure rushed out from the sacred mountain and arrived in front of Hey Tian in the blink of an eye. He stopped in the void and stared coldly at He Tian. It's you. The moment Erebus saw this person, he was immediately stunned. His insufferably arrogant aura immediately dissipated and disappeared. Emperor! An undead in the immortal realm was stronger than an immortal realm expert, but weaker than a divine king. An emperor realm undead was definitely not a match for a divine king. It's me, the person coldly said. He looked at He Tian as if he was looking at a dead man. There was no trace of emotion in his eyes, as if he would kill He Tian at any time. Li Zun, come back. Patriarch Li Jingxia's voice came from the peak of the sacred mountain. The goddesses of the divine race were noble and holy. They could not be blasphemed. He Tian's words had completely offended the pursuers of the seventh fairy. The seventh fairy had many pursuers. However, among all the pursuers of the seven fairies, only Divine King Li Zun dared to step out. Patriarch, please let me teach this thing a lesson. Li Zun had always looked down on the undead creatures of the world of death. Therefore, he had always found He Tian to be an eyesore. Today, he would take this opportunity to teach this disgusting undead skeleton a lesson. Li Zun was well aware of He Tian's actions. He dared to peep at the goddesses bathing. Just this crime alone was enough for Li Zun to kill He Tian. Li Zun, you dare to disobey my order? The patriarch of the god race, Li Jingxia, roared in anger. Although Li Zun was his descendant, this Erebus had recently been very close to the old ancestor. If Li Zun were to offend Erebus, the old ancestor would definitely be unhappy. Li Jingxia had some misgivings. Li Zun couldn't help but turn to look at the sacred mountain. Then he coldly stared at He Tian and said, "Consider yourself lucky. The next time you run into my hands, you won't be so lucky." Disobeying the patriarch's order could be a big or small crime. If the other two branches got hold of this, it would be very troublesome. Li Zun wasn't a fool. Although his temper was a bit irritable, he wasn't the kind of person who would ignore everything and do anything when his head was hot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the God King realm. God King Li Zun retreated unwillingly. He couldn't ignore the patriarch's order. Don't be so arrogant. Keep a low profile, understand? Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head after witnessing this scene. Then he transmitted his voice to He Tian. "Yes, big brother." He Tian replied to Gu Fei, "Come with me. Let's meet your old friend." Gu Fei said as he directly opened his inner world and walked out. He Tian hastily followed. "Old friend? Who is it?" Very soon, He Tian's doubts were answered. He Tian saw his old friend on a mountain peak in the divine race's holy land. "Bai Yang, why are you here?" He Tian asked in surprise. Undying skeleton Bai Yang rushed forward and hugged He Tian, then said, "All the undead creatures in the world of death have submitted to the Great Lord. What's so strange about me appearing here?" The Great Lord Bai Yang mentioned was, of course, Gu Fei. As soon as he came out from his inner world, Gu Fei immediately sensed something. He said to He Tian and Bai Yang, "You two chat, I'll be leaving for a while." With that said, Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, Gu Fei intercepted a demonic figure that was entering the divine race's holy land. "Ying Tian, you're here." Gu Fei wasn't surprised to see the newcomer. The Earth Archdevil Lord Ying Tian's demonic soul had been successfully reformed. His arrival was only a matter of time. Gu Fei could feel that Ying Tian's aura was different from before. The demonic energy he exuded had become extremely obscure, almost undetectable. Noticing Ying Tian's change, Gu Fei couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart. Perhaps only a supreme expert could sense that Ying Tian was a devil from his aura. Ying Tian looked at Gu Fei indifferently, speaking after a long time. "Are you ready?" "I'm ready, but those two bald donkeys hiding in the shadows make me feel uneasy," Gu Fei said. Little monk Fan Xiu's absence caused Gu Fei to feel apprehensive. "There's no need to worry. If they dare to show themselves, You and I can join hands and annihilate them." The Earth Archdevil lording Tion said coldly, "Very good, let's begin." A smile suddenly appeared on Gu Fei's face. The final moment was finally about to begin. He hoped that the old tortoise could refine the Grand Sovereign Seal as soon as possible. The old tortoise would be Gu Fei's secret weapon. No one knew that the old tortoise had broken through to the Supreme Expert realm. This would be Gu Fei's final trump card. At the most crucial moment, the old tortoise would suddenly appear. Even if it couldn't kill the old devil and little monk Fan Xiu, it would definitely throw them into chaos. Chapter 648. There wasn't a trace of light in the dusky world. There weren't any stars in the sky. It was like a bottomless abyss where one couldn't see the end of the darkness. In the sky, there were black or gray clouds and death aura. There wasn't a trace of vitality. This was an absolute world of death, a world without life. The world was silent. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. It was full of oppression. Suddenly, a long howl came from the depths of the world of death and spread in all directions. Moreover, this howl didn't stop and didn't show any signs of weakening. Moreover, this howl was gradually getting stronger. Finally, it spread to every corner of the world of death from the depths of the world of death. There was a soul fluctuation in the howl. The Supreme Emperor of the world of death was summoning all the undead creatures in the world of death. The silent ground began to emit soul fluctuations. The undead creatures that were hiding somewhere started to walk out of their hiding places. Skeletons broke through the ground one after another, and skeletal hands reached out from the ground. Kacha! 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 The bone-chilling sound of bones colliding and rubbing against each other rang out. Countless undead skeletons started to walk towards the depths of the world of death. On the vast land, countless white skeletons were moving in the dusky world. This was a shocking scene. The skulls of the white skeletons flickered with soul flames. They were like stars twinkling on the ground. Then, two powerful soul fluctuations came from the depths of the world of death. The mountain ranges and valleys in the world of death that were shrouded in Yin aura began to shake. Especially in the area where the Earth's Yin vein was located, corpse aura and ghost aura burst out. Countless evil spirits and ghosts started to rush out from the Yin mountains and valleys. They carried endless ghost aura and flew towards the depths of the world of death. In the area shrouded in corpse aura, evil corpses that were shrouded in corpse aura walked out. All the undead creatures were heading towards the depths of the world of death. As they walked into the depths of the world of death, the entire world of death suddenly became chaotic and ghostly shadows collided. In the depths of the world of death, there was a supreme emperor summoning the undead creatures. The Naraka realm was about to undergo an unprecedented change. The language of the God clan was about to come true. The God race's holy land, once the center of the world of death, was completely shrouded in the aura of death at this time. The vibrant vegetation had withered and turned yellow. The spiritual energy had dissipated, and the holy land of the God race had become a dead zone. Here, there were no longer any living beings. Dried rivers, bottomless lakes, and abandoned palaces could be seen everywhere. In the central region of the celestial race's holy land, there was a huge mountain. This mountain was the tallest mountain in the celestial race's holy land. Originally, there were many people from the celestial race who cultivated on this mountain. But now, not a single god could be seen here. At the peak of the mountain stood 3 terrifying figures. Every single one of them emitted terrifying energy ripples, causing the peak of the mountain to be filled with a vast death chi, ghost chi, and soul energy. The long howls and soul fluctuations came from the 3 blurry figures. The entire mountain trembled slightly. The sky above the mountain changed color. Transparent ripples that could be seen by the naked eye appeared in the void. The 3 supreme emperors were summoning all the undead creatures in this world of death. Countless undead creatures began to walk into the God race's holy land. gathering at the mountain's location. At the foot of the mountain, there were already many powerful undead creatures. There were bone dragons the size of small hills, ferocious skeletons with lion heads and human bodies, and horned strange beasts that were several dozen zhang tall, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. Powerful soul fluctuations rippled around the mountain. After receiving the summons, powerful undead creatures had already gathered near the mountain. Hundreds of King Realm undead creatures gathered together, forming a horrifying baleful aura that caused the world to lose its color. The soul fluctuations were as vast as the sea. Outside the 9 dragons competing for the pearl, peerlessly fierce land, 2 figures stood on a mountain peak. One was clad in black, the other in white. Both of them were peerless characters that people would never forget after a single glance. These 2 people were Gu Fei and the Earth Archdevil Lord Ing Tian. After snatching Li Xuandao's Dao fruit, Gu Fei's peerless physique was shrouded in immortal energy. He stood on the mountain peak, his white robes fluttering in the wind as if he could disappear with the wind at any moment. Ing Tian, who stood beside Gu Fei, was like a bottomless devil's nest, as if he was a peerless devil king that could swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Ing Tian's newly reformed demonic physique was constantly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Although he was hovering in the air, if one didn't look at him with their naked eyes, they wouldn't be able to sense his existence. One was a peerless heavenly immortal, the other a peerless devil king. It was impossible for 2 people to walk together, but now, for the sake of a common goal, they were walking together. There were no eternal enemies in this world, nor were there eternal friends. Gu Fei and He Tian were looking at the tall mountain in the distance. They were waiting for the arrival of the army of death. Attacking the place where the 9 dragons fight for the pearl would definitely require cannon fodder. It was impossible for Gu Fei to let the celestial race become cannon fodder. The celestial race was definitely an incomparably powerful force. If the celestial race appeared in the Tonglong continent, the cultivation world of the Tonglong continent would probably belong to the immortal Tao. Even the weakest of the divine race was an immortal god Ah. Immortals and immortals were extinct on the Tonglong continent. One could imagine the consequences if the divine race appeared on the Tonglong continent. This was a supreme force that Gu Fei could control. He didn't want this force to suffer any damage in the battle for the 9 dragons' fight for the pearl. The 9 dragons' fight for the pearl was an extremely dangerous place. Even if the entire divine race attacked, they wouldn't be able to cause a ripple. Gu Fei wasn't a fool. He wouldn't do something so foolish. Using such a vast amount of soul force as cannon fodder, what a pity! Ing Tian said indifferently, to any cultivator, soul force was the purest form of energy. Hearing that, Gu Fei said disdainfully, if it's such a pity, why don't you go in and take a look yourself? Humph! If I had my previous cultivation, would I still need you to remind me? The Earth Demonic Lord snorted. He was an innate god born from heaven and earth. Even the supreme Tao ancestor, the heaven-defying martial ancestor, the Millennium Buddhist Lord, these world-shaking existences, extreme Tao characters could be said to be the Earth Demonic Lord's descendants. Only innate true gods were similar to the Earth Demonic Lord, born from heaven and earth. They were innate gods with unparalleled strength and power. No one knew what happened in the past. 10,000 years ago seemed to be a blank slate. Even the oldest records didn't mention a single word about it. Immortals and gods were extinct. The innate true gods and great devils that roamed the heavens and earth had all disappeared. Even the extreme Tao experts that had comprehended the Tao and were comparable to innate gods had disappeared. Gu Fei really wanted to know what happened 10,000 years ago. Ing Tian was an innate great devil. He definitely knew the secrets of heaven and earth 10,000 years ago, but Gu Fei didn't ask. Ing Tian was jointly sealed in the Hell Tao by the Supreme Tao Ancestor and the Millennium Buddhist Lord. After countless years of wear and tear, Ing Tian was extremely weak. Even so, the earth demonic Lord Ingtian couldn't be underestimated. Che, if you had your previous cultivation and strength, I would have run as far away as I could. Gu Fei thought to himself. Innate gods were strong enough to give even an extreme Tao expert a headache. A great devil doesn't boast about his past glory, Gu Fei mocked. Ingtian wasn't angered by Huang Xiaolong's words. Instead, he said indifferently, I wonder if that little baldy is here or not. That little baldy has obtained the Buddha's inheritance. If you're tricked by him, I'll have one less opponent. Ingtian didn't intend to talk about the past. It seemed like Gu Fei's provocation had lost its effect. If the one he tricked wasn't me, wouldn't I have one less opponent to fight for this world? Gu Fei laughed. The little monk Fan Xiao was a potential threat. Although Ingtian had successfully reformed his devil soul, his strength was still at the supreme expert realm, not necessarily stronger than Gu Fei. If the little monk Fan Xiao suddenly attacked the two of them, he might really be able to heavily injure them. Neither Gu Fei nor Ingtian dared to be careless. The little monk Fan Xiao, who had obtained the Buddha's inheritance, was definitely a ruthless character. Ingtian did not say another word. He stood quietly on the mountain peak, watching the sea of undead creatures converging on the towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. This was definitely the strongest undead army between heaven and earth. All the undying skeletons, evil spirits, evil corpses, and so on, as long as they were creatures of the dead, they were gathering from all directions. All the dead creatures were summoned by the three supreme emperors, walking into the depths of the world of death. The ground was densely packed with them, and the sky was also densely packed with them. Countless dead creatures that could fly circled around the mountain. The three supreme emperors' summoning of the dead creatures from the world of death lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Around the mountain, a radius of several hundred li was filled with dead creatures. Ghost chi, corpse chi, death chi, all kinds of majestic aura gathered from the endless dead creatures. The soul fluctuations formed from them were as vast as the sea. Even the earth archdevil lord, Ingtian, couldn't help but be moved. If he could absorb the soul force, he would definitely be able to recover to his previous invincible cultivation. However, Ingtian nonchalantly glanced at Gu Fei beside him and saw that Gu Fei was still as calm as before. Could it be that this brat isn't tempted by such a powerful force? Ingtian couldn't help feeling suspicious. Chapter 649. The world of death was vast and boundless. It was like a real world. Although the creatures of death had entered the depths of the purgatory realm from all directions after being summoned by the Supreme Emperor, it was difficult for all of them to enter the purgatory realm in a short period of time. The undead creatures from the outer regions of the Hell Tao would need to spend a lot of time to enter the depths. To Gu Fei and the Earth Demon Lord, time was the least valuable thing. They could wait, they weren't in a hurry. Attacking the 9 dragons competition for the pearl wasn't something that could be rushed. On top of the mountain in the depths of the world of death, the 3 supreme sovereigns sent out soul waves and howls. The soul waves spread throughout the Hell Tao, summoning all the undead creatures in the Hell Tao. Gathering all the undead creatures in the Hell Tao wasn't something that could be done overnight. This process lasted for half a year. When almost all the undead creatures from the outer regions of the Hell Tao had entered the depths of the world of death, the soul waves from the depths of the Hell Tao gradually weakened and finally disappeared. Swoosh! Swoosh! Gu Fei and Ingtian appeared on the tallest mountain in the god race's sacred land at the same time, descending upon the mountain's summit like 2 supreme sovereigns. Immortal Tao energy and fiendish demonic energy surged at the mountain's summit. The 3 supreme sovereigns had long since stopped summoning, prostrating on the ground. Soul power surged around the mountain, covering it in corpse energy, ghost energy, and death energy. Within the ashen corpse energy, powerful corpse kings roared and howled. The pitch-black ghost energy exuded a sinister and terrifying aura. Countless illusory silhouettes flickered within. The area, shrouded in death energy, was densely packed with undying skeletons. Their soul fires flickered in the death energy as if reflecting on themselves, stretching as far as the eye could see. In the past half a year, almost all the undead creatures had entered the depths of the world of death, gathering within a radius of 10,000 li around the mountain. It had to be said that the held Tao had collected far too many vile souls and malevolent wraiths over the years. Pitch-black ghost energy covered half the sky. Who knew how many powerful wraiths there were amidst the eerie ghost energy? Regardless of whether it was the ferocious spirits, the undying skeletons, or the infernal corpses, all of them possessed soul power. At this time, the soul power that had gathered in the vicinity of the mountain had reached a level that could make even mighty figures go crazy. "Get up!" Gu Fei stood in the void above the mountain peak and said to the 3 supreme emperors who were kneeling on the ground below. Yes. Only then did the 3 supreme emperors dare to get up from the ground and respectfully retreat to the side. How about we split the soul force here? Ying Tian laughed heartily as he said to Gu Fei. The soul force condensed from the endless dead creatures made his eyes red with envy. Humph. Gu Fei sneered, then said indifferently, I didn't order them to summon undead creatures to provide you with soul power. Sigh. What a pity. Ying Tian sighed. If he could absorb all the soul force from the dead creatures gathered around the mountain, he would definitely be able to regain his invincible cultivation and strength. However, Ying Tian knew that if he wanted to break through the battle for the Pearl of the 9 Dragons, break the most terrifying killing formation between the heavens and earth, he had to make use of this force. Begin, Gu Fei said. Then 5 rays of divine light shot out from his body. Within the 5 rays of divine light, there were 5 supreme saint weapons. The aura of the saint weapons immediately spread out, causing the undead creatures that sensed the aura of the saint weapons to tremble in fear. The weaker undead creatures immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Bang! After the 5 saint weapons soared into the sky, they suddenly shook violently, causing the sky to tremble violently as if it was about to collapse. The mountain and river cauldron emitted primordial chaos chi, shattering the void as it soared toward the east. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp emitted a resplendent, tricolored Buddhist glow, illuminating the dark sky as it flew toward the west. The purple gold divine sword turned into a giant purple dragon, emitting an unparalleled sword chi that tore the void apart as it soared toward the south. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell chimed, as if countless Buddhas were chanting scriptures. The sound of Sanskrit lingered between the heavens and earth, adding a sense of peace to the murderous atmosphere. This saint weapon of Buddhism also flew toward the west, and together with the 3 realms Buddhist lamp, it hovered in the western sky. The remaining half of the peerless ominous saber emitted a domineering and extremely sharp saber radiance that followed closely behind the purple gold divine sword, rushing toward the south. At this moment, the 5 saint weapons all displayed a trace of the divine might of the extreme Tao. Countless undead creatures were terrified under the might of the 5 saint weapons. Even the supreme emperor of the 3 creatures of death on the mountain peak felt a great pressure. The supreme emperor of the nether race and the supreme emperor of the corpse race could no longer bear the terrifying pressure emitted by the 5 saint weapons of extreme way. They knelt on the ground and showed signs of collapsing. Only the supreme emperor of the undead skeleton tribe was still able to stand, because there was a bone bead that emitted a hazy brilliance above his head. This bone bead contained a great amount of power, able to counteract the majority of the might of the 5 saint weapons. This fact surprised even Gu Fei. Could this bone bead be the weapon refined by the undead skeleton tribe's supreme expert that successfully reversed life and death, regenerating his flesh and blood? Half a precious treasure. Ing Tian looked down at the bone bead hovering above the Supreme Emperor of the undead skeleton tribes, Supreme Emperor's head. Half a precious treasure? Could it be that the undead skeleton tribe's supreme expert that slaughtered his way into the god race's holy land was able to refine half a precious treasure? Didn't that mean that this supreme expert's strength and cultivation neared the extreme Tao? Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. Most likely, only this kind of ruthless expert that was infinitely close to the extreme Tao realm could slaughter his way into the god race's holy land, perhaps even into the Nine Dragons' battle pearl. Of course, no matter how powerful that ruthless expert was, there was only one ending for him after entering the Nine Dragons' battle pearl: death, completely devoured by the Nine Dragons' battle pearl. Even if Gu Fei snatched Li Xuandao's Tao fruit, gaining the cultivation and strength of an immortal Tao supreme expert, even with the protection of a saint weapon, he still wouldn't dare to enter the Nine Dragons' battle pearl carelessly. Even the earth demon Lord Ing Tian, who had reformed his devil soul, didn't dare to take the risk. The Nine Dragons' battle pearl was enough to annihilate all experts below the extreme Tao realm. Even supreme experts that entered would die with regret. Rumble, 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 the mountain and river cauldron descended from the sky, crushing down on the undead creatures below. Then, soul force soared into the sky, entering the mountain and river cauldron. The Buddhist lamp of the three realms illuminated the world. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell rang out melodiously. Countless creatures of the dead below howled. Amidst the Buddhist light and the ringing of the bell, countless creatures of the dead struggled. Streams of soul power floated out and shot up into the sky, entering the Buddhist lamp and bell. The peerless ominous saber and the purple gold divine sword also combined, cutting through the void, crushing countless undead creatures, and rapidly devouring the endless soul force. The entire Naraka realm was shaking. The five extreme Tao, sage, weapons shattered the void. More than half of the undead creatures in three directions were killed instantly. Gu Fei was using his supreme soul force to refine the five saint weapons, allowing them to display their true extreme Tao divine might. Chapter 650. The five extreme divine weapons occupied the east, west, and south directions. The mountain and river cauldron emitted misty primordial chaos chi, which pressed down from the sky like 100,000 ancient divine mountains. Rumble! As the mountain and river cauldron pressed down, the void collapsed and the sky trembled. The mighty force directly shattered the earth. Countless soul power soared into the sky and entered the mountain and river cauldron. As if the chaos had opened up the sky, the area within 100 miles of the mountain and river cauldron instantly collapsed and turned into a chaotic void. Countless dead creatures were smashed into pieces and their bodies turned into dust. Only their soul power was restrained. Billowing dust rushed up to the sky. The mountain and river cauldron swallowed the endless soul power, and the cauldron's soul emitted a joyful soul fluctuation. Gradually, a world seemed to appear above the mountain and river cauldron. The countless ancient beasts on the body of the cauldron seemed to have come to life, emitting an extremely horrifying aura. Roar! 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 4 earth-shattering roars came from the mountain and river cauldron. 4 extremely powerful beast souls rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. The azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise appeared around the mountain and river cauldron. The 4 beast souls of the mythical beasts were awakened again. Although the 4 mythical beasts did not have a physical body, the soul fluctuation they emitted was like a vast ocean. The azure dragon danced in the sky, constantly swallowing the soul power. The vermilion bird, mythological beast, swooped down from the sky with divine flames covering the entire sky. The undead creatures on the ground were instantly burned to ashes, and their soul power was all devoured by the vermilion bird, mythological beast. The white tiger roared, and a divine wind suddenly swept over the endless soul power and swallowed it. The black tortoise controlled the power of water. Water filled the sky, and the dead creatures fell down in large numbers. The power of water penetrated into their skulls and imprisoned their souls. Then the ancient beast souls started to appear from the body of the mountain and river cauldron, and joined in the devouring of the soul power. Suddenly, the roars of the beasts were earth-shattering. Boom! After devouring an endless amount of soul power, the mountain river cauldron shook violently, and the entire hell realm started to shake randomly. The divine might of the extreme Tao started to show, and the terrifying power caused a part of the world to turn into nothingness. Countless prehistoric beasts roared at the sky, shattering the void space. Streams of pure soul energy started to activate the extreme divine might of the mountain and river cauldron. The terrifying pressure caused even the heavens and earth to tremble. The extreme divine might was unstoppable. Sensing this pressure, all the undead creatures prostrated on the ground. The weaker ones directly shattered their bodies. Their soul power was sucked out and gathered in the mountain river cauldron. Even the king undead creatures were pressed against the mountain, unable to straighten their backs. Of the 3 supreme rulers on the mountain peak, 2 of them were already using their hands to support themselves. They were struggling to keep their bodies from falling to the ground. Even the supreme emperor of the undying skeleton clan, who had half a supreme treasure, knelt on one knee. His bones crackled, and the bone bead floating above his head vibrated and almost fell from the sky. Is this the true extreme divine might? Gu-Fei stood high in the sky. The terrifying pressure from the mountain and river cauldron made him feel like he was being crushed by an ancient divine mountain. He had no choice but to circulate his immortal Tao God force to resist it. Extreme divine might? That's still far from it. The Earth Archdevil Lord Ing Tian stared at the giant cauldron slowly descending from the sky. Following that, a demonic diagram rushed out from his body and flew towards the northern side of the mountain. It rapidly grew in size, and in the end it actually enveloped the entire area. On the devil diagram, a hazy world appeared. Endless demonic aura surged out from it, as if the devil diagram was a terrifying realm of devils. Boom! Endless demonic aura surged out from the devil diagram, forming a pitch-black whirlpool. A heaven-devouring force emerged from the whirlpool. Countless undead creatures were immediately pulled up from the ground by the great suction force of the demonic diagram. They flew into the sky and directly entered the pitch-black vortex. The Earth Archdevil Lord Ing Tian was also using his soul force to refine the devil diagram, allowing it to display its extreme divine might. The earth was densely packed with the summoned dead creatures. Countless dead creatures were sucked up into the sky. Their terrified soul fluctuations were surging between heaven and earth. Both Gu-Fei and Ing Tian needed a large amount of soul force to activate the extreme divine might of the extreme divine treasures. The violet gold divine sword, the 3 realms Buddhist lamp, the Sanskrit Buddhist bell, and the half of the peerless saber. They were all peerless saint artifacts that had already given birth to artifact souls. Boundless soul energy could inject endless power into these peerless saint artifacts. As long as one soul force was strong enough, a saint artifact could unleash a destructive power akin to an extreme Tao expert attacking with full force. The battle of the 9 dragons for the pearl was known as the Purgatory Tao's #1 killing field, but it still couldn't stop an extreme Tao expert's footsteps. Countless undead creatures turned into dust. Their unimaginably powerful soul force was continuously devoured by the supreme saint artifacts. Between heaven and earth, the 6 supreme saint artifacts seemed to be the only thing left in the world. In the past half a year, the land within 10,000 li of the mountain was filled with undead creatures. It was hard to imagine how many undead creatures had gathered around the mountain. The soul force formed from so many undead creatures was heaven-defying. Bang! The entire path of hell shook violently once again. Another saint weapon had successfully unleashed the might of an extreme path. Its domineering presence filled every corner of the world at that moment. What surprised Gu Fei was that the saint artifact that activated its extreme divine might this time was the broken saber. The broken saber emitted a resplendent light that pierced the sky. Killing intent surged violently. With the saber as the center, it was like a giant black hole, madly devouring the soul force. Countless strands of soul energy could be seen converging together from all directions, and they were like numerous surging rivers that roared over with extremely shocking impetus. Tens of thousands of ghosts wailed in the area within 10,000 li of the mountain. This was the doomsday of the undead creatures. Apart from the powerful undead creatures above the king realm, the rest of the undead creatures had all become nourishment for the 6 supreme saint artifacts. In the north, the demonic clouds rolled violently. The demonic diagram that shrouded the entire north also began to display its extreme divine might. Below the demonic diagram, countless dark clouds gathered together and kept compressing. In the end, they condensed into many ferocious and terrifying demonic dragons that soared towards the demonic diagram like moths flying into a flame. The 6 supreme saint artifacts were like rivers flowing into the sea. They did not reject anything that came their way. Endless soul force was continuously absorbed by them. They were like 6 bottomless pits that devoured the soul force crazily. The entire purgatory Tao trembled because of them. The extreme divine might could destroy heaven and earth. Not even an extreme Tao expert could resist it. Countless souls let out scalp-numbing howls as the heaven and earth boiled. One after another, the supreme saint artifacts unleashed their extreme divine might. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp emitted a boundless tricolored Buddha luminescence in the air. Amidst the Buddha luminescence, boundless Buddhism energy condensed into the silhouette of a Buddha sitting cross-legged in the air, exuding an auspicious aura that dissipated the heavy killing intent, adding a sense of peace and tranquility to this world. The violet gold divine sword and the Sanskrit Buddhist bell also unleashed their extreme divine might. A melodious bell chime echoed throughout the entire purgatory Tao. A peaceful Buddhism energy filled the entire purgatory Tao. 1. The violet gold divine sword that was as tall as a mountain pierced into the ground, trembling violently. Sword Qi soared into the sky, shattering the void. The endless soul force was like a delicacy, causing it to cheer in excitement. How could the soul force condensed from all the dead creatures in the purgatory Tao be ordinary? If either Gu Fei or Ying Tian were to devour all of this soul force, their cultivation would rise to the extreme Tao realm. Unfortunately, neither Gu Fei nor Ying Tian could obtain this energy. They could only use it to activate the extreme Tao saint artifacts' extreme divine might. No one was willing to watch others grow stronger. If Gu Fei absorbed this energy, others would definitely make a move against him. If others wanted to devour this energy, Gu Fei would also make a move against them. Everyone had their reservations. The Buddhist Lord refined the purgatory Tao, which was why there were so many dead creatures. Could it be that the Buddhist Lord was planning to use the purgatory Tao to collect soul force, providing him with an endless supply of soul force? If that was the case, then this Buddhist Lord was too terrifying. Unfortunately, this energy was destined to be unobtainable. Even the little monk Fan Xiao, who had obtained the Buddhist Lord's inheritance, was powerless to stop Gu Fei and Ying Tian. As smart as the Buddhist Lord is, this time all his efforts are in vain. The Earth Archdevil Lord Ying Tian commented. Both Gu Fei and Ying Tian were paying close attention to the surroundings. The little monk Fan Xiao, hiding in the shadows, made them feel pressured. Even at this time, the little monk still didn't show himself. His endurance was really too good. In the end, the little monk Fan Xiao still didn't show himself. After a day and a night, The soul power of the undead creatures summoned by the 3 Supreme Emperors was almost completely devoured. The 6 extreme Tao Saint artifacts' extreme divine might was enough to shatter a part of the world. If it weren't for Gu Fei and Ying Tian controlling the power of the extreme Tao Saint artifacts, the entire purgatory Tao would have been half destroyed. It's time. When the 6 extreme Tao Saint artifacts emitted a dazzling light, Gu Fei let out a loud shout. Under his control, the mountain and river cauldron, the violet gold divine sword, the 3 realms Buddhist lamp, the Brahma bell, and the ominous saber all soared into the sky, rushing toward the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. The demonic diagram also rushed up into the sky. It fluttered in the wind and quickly spread out, covering half of the sky. It shrouded the place where the 9 dragons were fighting for the pearl. It was as if it wanted to swallow the entire place into the demonic diagram. Chapter 651. The 6 extreme saint weapons displayed their supreme divine might, shaking the heavens and the earth and shattering the void. They charged directly into the 9 dragons fighting over the pearl, causing the silent and frightening number 1 ominous place of the Naraka realm to boil up in an instant. Rumble! The entire 9 dragons competing for the pearl began to tremble. The peerlessly ominous ground was affected by the impact and immediately reacted. It was as if there were 9 giant dragons turning over on the ground. Deep fissures began to appear on the ground. Formless killing light tore through the void and charged towards the extreme saint weapons that charged into the 9 dragons fighting over the pearl. The fissures in the ground surged with a towering dragon aura. In the sky above the 9 dragons fighting over the pearl, the formless killing light swept towards the mountain river cauldron from all directions. However, the mountain river cauldron was enveloped by the primordial chaos chi, and the formless killing light was completely blocked by the primordial chaos chi. It was the same for the other 4 extreme saint weapons. Although they were affected by the Great Formation, they still emitted boundless energy waves and slowly descended from the sky. Roar! Deep and terrifying roars sounded from the depths of the ground. It was as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse, and it was as if doomsday had arrived. The 9 meandering mountains that resembled giant dragons shook violently and emitted an earth-shattering dragon aura. It was actually showing signs of soaring into the sky. After the 6 extreme saint weapons charged into the 9 dragons fighting over the pearl, they were immediately impacted greatly and shook continuously. The power of the heavens and earth that was condensed in the 9 dragons fighting over the pearl emitted a destructive energy wave that obliterated the extreme saint weapons. Boom! The divine might of the extreme divine path collided with the power of the heavens and earth. The sky shattered and the earth cracked. Apart from the 9 dragon-like ancestral veins of the earth, the ground of the 9 dragons fighting over the pearl undulated violently like waves. The 6 extreme saint weapons pierced through the heavens and earth, causing the void to turn into a chaotic void. The divine might that they displayed was unstoppable. The extreme path saint weapon, which had absorbed an endless amount of soul energy, displayed a supreme extreme path divine might. Such power caused Gu Fei, who was watching from afar, to be indescribably shocked. Such power was enough to kill almighties. Roar! 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 Terrifying roars came from the ground. The 9 earth ancestral veins were shaking. Endless earth draconic chi surged up. 9 giant dragons appeared and roared at the sky. That wasn't the real earth ancestral dragon, but a phantom formed by the endless earth dragon energy of the 9 earth ancestral veins. Although it wasn't an ancestral dragon, it was equivalent to an ancestral dragon. At this moment, apart from the central region where the Purgatory Path's world origin world bead was located, there was no other place left intact in the entire 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. The mountains formed by the 9 earth ancestor veins also cracked. Endless earth dragon chi surged out from the cracked mountains. The 9 mountains seemed to have a mind of their own, struggling on the ground as if they wanted to soar into the sky. It was as though 9 extremely terrifying heavenly beasts had been awakened from their slumber. 9 illusory dragons soared into the sky and charged towards the 6 extreme Tao Saint weapons, directly clashing with the extreme Tao Saint weapons' divine might. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron, as large as a mountain, descended from the sky. Chaotic primordial chi surged. The azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger, the 4 divine beast souls, danced in the air. Countless ancient beasts roared. The fierce, murderous aura shook the heavens and the earth. The 4 divine beast souls directly clashed with the giant dragons that rushed up from below. Boom! An earth-shattering rumble resounded as the 4 divine beasts collided with the dragon. Destructive energy surged out, and the space around them was directly transformed into a chaotic void. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and the 4 divine beast souls were sent flying. The giant dragons formed by the earth ancestor veins chi had actually shaken the mountain and river cauldron, which had displayed the extreme Tao Saint weapon power. This, Gu Fei, who was controlling the 5 extreme Tao Saint weapons from afar, could not help but change his expression when he saw this. The earth ancestor veins were too powerful and had exceeded everyone's expectations. The earth ancestor veins were the spiritual roots of this world. They were the source of the world's dragon veins. With enough time, these 9 earth ancestor veins could probably give birth to 9 ancestral dragons. Gu Fei communicated with the 5 extreme Tao Saint weapons with his mind and controlled them to suppress the 5 earth ancestor veins. He wanted to use the 5 extreme Tao Saint weapons to suppress the 5 earth ancestor veins. Under Gu Fei's control, the 5 extreme Tao Saint weapons shone with dazzling divine light. They appeared like 5 suns in the sky above the 9 dragons vying for the pearl. Bang! The mountain and river cauldron released a vast primordial chi. The void collapsed. The great power directly suppressed the giant dragon that was resisting the 4 divine beasts. In addition, the 4 extreme Tao Saint weapons also blocked the giant dragon's attack. The Buddhist light of the 3 realms illuminated the world. The soybean-sized lamp emitted a tricolored Buddhist light that shone on the giant dragon. The giant dragon was immediately affected, and the dragon's shadow became even dimmer. The sound of the Sanskrit Buddhist bell reverberated between heaven and earth. The peaceful Buddhist power hid murderous intent. The deadly sound wave almost caused the pouncing giant dragon's shadow to collapse. The purple gold divine sword shot out thousands of beams of light, piercing through the void, and also piercing through the giant dragon that was charging towards the purple gold divine sword. The unparalleled sword light descended from the sky, directly chopping down on the ancestral vein of the earth below, and dust flew everywhere. The peerless ominous saber was indeed the peerless ominous saber. In the battle between the extreme Tao Saint weapon and the 9 dragons vying for the pearl, the peerless ominous saber directly killed the giant dragon's shadow. Then it stabbed into one of the earth ancestor veins. Bang! The earth shook. The mountain and river cauldron displayed its extreme Tao power and suppressed the surroundings. Then it landed on one of the earth ancestor veins and directly shattered the dragon's shadow. The purple gold divine sword became as tall as a mountain. It killed the giant dragon and then stabbed into the earth ancestor vein, suppressing one of the earth ancestor veins. Gu Fei exerted his full strength. The 5 extreme Tao Saint weapons that were surrounded by the aura of the great Tao descended from the sky, one after another. Each of them suppressed one of the earth ancestor veins. The 5 earth ancestor veins were suppressed by Gu Fei's 5 extreme Tao Saint weapons. The entire 9 dragons vying for the pearl was dissipating. The power of the peerless ominous ground was rapidly weakening. The demonic diagram that enveloped the world also descended. The demonic diagram even produced a heaven-devouring power. It wanted to absorb the earth dragon chi that had manifested into its inner world. The earth ancestor vein trembled. Rumble! The demonic diagram descended. Suddenly, rays of destructive demonic light rushed out from the demonic diagram and directly shattered the dragon's shadow. The demonic diagram covered the earth ancestor vein. Chapter 652. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the ground. Majestic draconic aura burst out from the 6 ancestral veins, trying to repel the extreme saint weapons, suppressing them. However, the 6 extreme saint weapons and restrictions were like the arrival of 6 almighty existences, firmly suppressing the 6 ancestral veins. The other 3 ancestral veins that weren't suppressed emitted a towering draconic aura that condensed into 3 giant dragons over 10,000 zhang long. 3 giant dragons circled in the sky above the 9 dragons competition for the pearl, emitting terrifying dragon roars that shook the heavens. The 3 giant dragons rammed into the 2 extreme saint weapons, suppressing the 2 ancestral veins. Their terrifying power shook the heavens and earth, causing the 6 extreme saint weapons to tremble. Although the 6 ancestral veins were still brimming with draconic aura, they could no longer take the form of giant dragons like the 3 ancestral veins that weren't suppressed. The peerless danger ground of the 9 dragons competition for the pearl was suppressed. The 6 extreme saint weapons were suppressing the power of the 9 ancestral veins. It was truly shocking. All right, let's go in. In the sky outside the place of the 9 dragons competing for the pearls, a demonic figure unleashed a terrifying demonic aura as he charged into the deadly zone ahead. Gu Fei didn't make a move. He was still observing. Although the 9 dragons competition for the pearl was suppressed by the 6 extreme saint weapons, there was still great danger lurking inside. As expected, as soon as the earth demon lording Tian charged into the danger ground filled with surging earth chi, blinding rays of destruction shot up from below, piercing toward Ing Tian. Humph! Ing Tian harumphed coldly. His hands danced in the air as boundless demonic energy burst out from his palms, shattering the rays of destruction as he charged downward. At this time, undead creatures, shrouded in dense death chi, gathered from all directions. Each undead creature exuded a terrifying aura. Countless undead creatures were killed by the 6 great saint weapons. Their souls were used as nourishment for the 6 saint weapons. Only undead creatures of the monarch realm and above survived. In truth, according to the earth demon Lord Ing Tian's plan, he was going to kill all the undead creatures, including the 3 supreme emperors, and absorb their soul force. However, Gu Fei had a different idea. These thousands of monarchs were all extremely close to the immortal god realm. It would be a pity to kill them just like that. As a result, countless undead creatures were killed. Only the undead creatures of the monarch realm and above were unharmed. It was at this time that the army of undead creatures arrived from all directions under the leadership of the 3 supreme emperors. Greetings, Overlord. The 3 supreme emperors knelt on the ground. Overlord. The countless king undead creatures behind the 3 supreme emperors also prostrated themselves before Gu Fei, who was standing in the sky. This was truly a scene of tens of thousands of kings paying homage. The hidden power of the undead creatures was far beyond Gu Fei's imagination. Almost half of the kings weren't from the undead skeleton race, the corpse race, or the netherworld race. These kings didn't join any side. Some were independent kings, and some had established their own forces. The 3 races did not represent the power of the entire world of death. Behind the 3 supreme emperors were dozens of undying emperors with emperor realm strength. The soul power of these dozens of undying emperors was comparable to the soul power of countless undead creatures. The most powerful force of the death race was still in the hands of Gu Fei. Even sovereigns had to rush to the supreme sovereign summons. Among the dozens of sovereigns, there were no more than 30 who truly belonged to the 3 great races. The power hidden in this world of death was far more powerful than the power on the surface, which surprised Gu Fei. "Get up," Gu Fei said indifferently. Even supreme sovereigns had to bow their heads in front of the mighty. King Realm and Emperor Realm experts were nothing more than ants. Rumble! It was at this time that a deafening sound came from the battle of the 9 dragons for the pearl. Dust rose into the sky as the 6 earth ancestral veins, suppressed by the extreme saint artifact, shook violently. It was as if a huge dragon had flipped over, causing the earth to tremble. The vast might that was unleashed directly caused the 10,000 kings who had just stood up to stagger and fall down to the ground. Only the undying Emperor Realm Cultivator was barely able to stabilize himself. All of them turned pale with fright and were extremely terrified. "What's going on?" Gu Fei hurriedly looked towards the depths of the 9 dragons, vying for the pearl, and saw a gigantic, demonic figure roaring at the sky. Purple divine lightning rained down from the sky. Each divine lightning had a diameter of 100 zhang, connecting the sky and earth. It was extremely terrifying. That bastarding Tian deserves to be struck by lightning. Gu Fei was shocked when he saw the scene in the depths of the 9 dragons' battle pearl. The purple divine lightning was emitting a terrifying aura that could even be clearly sensed from outside the 9 dragons' battle pearl. The battle of the 9 dragons for the pearl was worthy of being called the Hell Dao's deadliest land. Even though 6 of the 9 ancestral veins were suppressed, it still possessed the power to slay immortals, gods, and devils. With the 6 ancestral veins suppressed, the battle of the 9 dragons for the pearl was greatly weakened. But Ying Tian was still in danger. Rumble! Purple divine lightning crackled and danced chaotically, bombarding the giant demonic figure that stood between heaven and earth. The purple lightning seemed to appear out of thin air. It was extremely strange. The 10,000 zhang tall demonic figure roared again and again, its voice shaking the sky. Mountains crumbled and the earth cracked as if doomsday had arrived. The surging demonic aura was dispersed by the purple divine lightning. 9 heavens purple lightning, is it? Gu Fei murmured. This kind of terrifying lightning that appeared out of thin air wasn't unfamiliar to Li Xuandao. This was the 9 heavens lightning tribulation, a type of heaven and earth tribulation that a cultivator would encounter when breaking through to the Almighty Realm, capable of killing all cultivators below the Almighty Realm. Whether it was an immortal, a fiendish demon, or a deity, as long as one wasn't an Almighty Realm expert, they wouldn't be able to withstand the 9 heavens lightning tribulation. Every cultivator in the world was defying the heavens, going with the flow to become immortal, going against the flow to become an immortal. In order to obtain longevity, one had to pay the price. Ascending from immortal to an immortal would trigger a heaven and earth tribulation. As long as one could survive this heaven and earth tribulation, they would become an immortal. Similarly, when experts with unparalleled cultivation and strength broke through the bottleneck to the Almighty Realm, they would trigger a heaven and earth tribulation. The 9 heavens lightning tribulation was but one of the many heaven and earth tribulations. As long as one could survive the heaven and earth tribulation, they would become an Almighty Realm expert, able to move unhindered between the heavens and the earth. Why would a 9 heavens lightning tribulation appear in the 9 dragons for the pearl? Gu Fei was puzzled, but he knew that a lightning tribulation of this level wouldn't be able to harm Ying Tian. Roar! The 10,000 zhang tall demonic figure punched out, defying the heavens. Terrifying demonic aura soared into the sky, piercing through the blue dome of heaven. Boundless purple lightning collapsed, displaying a peerless devil might. Chapter 653. The 9 heavens purple lightning in the depths of the 9 dragons' competition for the pearl rapidly reformed after being shattered by the demonic fist, striking down on the 10,000 zhang tall demonic figure. Purple lightning tore apart heaven and earth. The divine lightning seemed unbreakable, endlessly spawning in the void and striking down on the demonic figure below. Deafening thunderclaps resounded as a destructive aura swept across the world. It was a lightning domain of the 9 heavens, divine lightning. Boundless purple lightning wreaked havoc in the area, grinding away at the demonic figure's terrifying demonic aura. Although it can't hurt the demonic figure, it can slowly wear down the demonic figure's strength. Gu Fei stood in the sky with a solemn expression. 6 of the 9 ancestral dragon earth veins had been sealed, but this forbidden domain was still as terrifying as before. If Ying Tian hadn't recovered his strength as a devil Tao supreme expert, his soul would have long been shattered by the 9 heavens' divine lightning. 9 dragons' competition for the Pearl Immortals halted. If it weren't for the 6 extreme Tao Saint artifacts displaying their extreme Tao divine might to suppress the Earth ancestor vein, even a powerful existence would die if they entered. Perhaps only extreme Tao experts would dare to enter this peerlessly dangerous place. The 9 dragons' competition for the pearl was suppressed by the 6 extreme saint artifacts. The power it could display was less than 30%, but it was still as terrifying as before. Any cultivator below the level of supreme expert would die without a doubt if they entered. At this time, heaven and earth shook. Deafening dragon roars resounded. The 6 extreme saint artifacts that had devoured an endless amount of soul force displayed their divine might. A terrifying aura spread from the 9 dragons' competition for the pearl, causing the entire hell Tao to tremble. The 6 suppressed earth ancestral dragon earth veins were like 6 giant dragons pinned to the ground by the 6 saint artifacts. They struggled fiercely, unleashing majestic dragon chi that shattered the void around them. Within the 6 ancestral veins, the silhouettes of dragons could be vaguely seen, as if the 6 ancestral dragons were being suppressed. The 3 ancestral veins that weren't being suppressed surged with dragon chi, forming 3 giant dragons that danced in the sky above the 9 great mountain ranges, slamming into the 6 extreme saint artifacts. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 6 saint weapons shook continuously. Although the 3 silhouettes of the dragons were not the earth ancestral dragons that had truly emerged from the ancestral veins, the terrifying energy ripples they gave off were not any weaker than the extreme saint weapons. This was the power of the ancestral veins, the source of the world's power. As long as there was enough time, the 9 ancestral veins would definitely give birth to the 9 strongest ancestral dragons in the world. Even now, the great earth dragon Chi, nurtured by the 9 ancestral veins, had already begun to show signs of life. It was not an ignorant thing, and could react immediately when threatened. This was a sign that the ancestral dragon soul was about to form. Even the mountain and river cauldron that could suppress mountains and rivers was shaken by the power of the ancestral vein. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, the 4 divine beasts of the heavens and earth, led countless primordial beast souls to fight against a giant dragon. Boom! The giant dragon's claws tore through the layers of soul power and slashed down from the sky, tearing apart the thousands of azure dragon divine souls below. With a swing of the dragon's tail, a large number of primordial beast souls were crushed. The azure dragon of the 4 divine beasts of the heavens and earth could not even withstand a single blow from the earth ancestral dragon chi. The vermilion bird that emitted boundless heavenly fire, the white tiger that manipulated terrifying divine winds to shatter the world, and the black tortoise that seemed to be connected to a vast ocean were all sent flying. The giant dragon formed by the power of the ancestral vein was sent flying, tearing apart countless primordial beast souls with its claws. The dragon might that it emitted could destroy the world, and it was extremely terrifying. This was the terror of an unsuppressed earth ancestral vein. It could directly resist the extreme divine might of an extreme saint artifact, and it was enough to kill a peerless figure of the almighty level. Even an extreme expert would have a headache facing it. This was also the reason why the supreme expert of the undying skeleton clan and the other 2 almighties of the Shin clan had died in there. The place where the 9 dragons were fighting for the pearl was the center of this death world, and it was the source of the power of this death world. The power of the earth ancestral vein was enough to kill all almighties. Roar! The giant dragon roared, and the terrifying sound waves directly caused the void to silently turn into a piece of chaos. Bam! The dragon claw that was as large as a mountain grabbed the mountain and river cauldron. Hum! The mountain and river cauldron suddenly shook, and countless primordial beast souls rushed out from the body of the cauldron like a volcanic eruption. The roar of the beasts resounded in the world, and the primordial chaos chi surged, and extreme divine might was displayed. A circle of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye instantly spread out with the mountain and river cauldron as the center. Wherever the transparent ripples passed, the void collapsed, and more than a dozen mountains within a radius of 1,000 miles were instantly turned into dust and directly wiped out. The giant dragon formed by the power of the ancestral vein was greatly impacted, and it was sent flying 100 miles away by the extreme divine might, and its body almost collapsed. Gu Fei, who saw this scene from outside the place where the 9 dragons were fighting for the pearl, was extremely shocked. The giant dragon was actually not destroyed by the mountain and river cauldron that had displayed the extreme divine might. Rumble, the earth ancestral vein trembled, and endless earth dragon chi surged out from the ground continuously, as if there was no end to it, and entered the giant dragon that was sent flying by the mountain and river cauldron. The body of the giant dragon gradually became more solid again. Roar! The giant dragon roared at the sky and charged towards the mountain and river cauldron again. At this time, the azure dragon soul that had been torn apart by the giant dragon rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron again. Not only the azure dragon soul, but the other primordial beast souls that had been torn apart by the giant dragon also appeared from the body of the mountain and river cauldron and then charged out. As long as the mountain and river cauldron was not destroyed, the 4 heavenly beast souls and the countless primordial beast souls would definitely not be destroyed. No matter how many times they were torn apart, they would reform their souls on the mountain and river cauldron, and it could be said to be indestructible. Not only did the cauldron suppress a great earth ancestral dragon's vein, but it also clashed with a dragon formed from an ancestral dragon's vein. An extreme saint artifact blocked the power of 2 earth ancestral dragons' veins. Gu Fei realized that the mountain and river cauldron was not the only one fighting against 2. The purple gold divine sword was also fighting against 2 earth ancestral veins. The divine sword that towered into the sky stabbed into one of the ancestral veins, as if it had nailed a giant dragon to the ground. The other ancestral vein that was not suppressed properly transformed into the figure of a giant dragon that coiled around the purple gold divine sword. It roared and tried to pull the purple gold divine sword out. Hum! The purple gold divine sword vibrated continuously, and the terrifying sword light pierced through the void, and also the giant dragon's body. But it could not destroy the giant dragon that coiled around the sword. Gu Fei did not rush into the 9 dragons vying for the pearl. He was still watching. He could already see that the power of the 9 earth ancestral veins was endless. Unless the earth ancestral veins were destroyed, the 3 giant dragons that had formed would not disappear. Clang! The sound of the bell was melodious, and the power of the Buddha was vast. It was as if there were countless Buddhas chanting, and the sound of Sanskrit lingered in the air. The peaceful sound of the bell came from a bronze bell. The peaceful sound contained the sound of Buddha, and it blocked the power of the earth ancestral veins that surged over from all directions. Countless swastikas that emitted boundless golden light rushed out from the Buddha bell, and then pressed down, firmly suppressing the earth ancestral vein below. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp stopped above the source of one of the ancestral veins, and dazzling 3-colored Buddha light shone down. Within the Buddha light, a giant Buddha could be vaguely seen. The giant Buddha sat on the ancestral vein, and its hands pressed down on the dragon's head. It was like a primordial deity had captured a giant dragon. The sky-devouring demon diagram covered the ancestral vein, and it emitted a vast devouring power, as if it wanted to suck the ancestral vein into the diagram. The third giant dragon was constantly charging at a demonic diagram. Its giant claws wanted to tear the diagram apart and free the ancestral vein that was trapped by the diagram. The demonic diagram exuded a towering demonic aura, displaying an extreme divine might. It was as if there were countless ferocious demons roaring, continuously blasting away the giant dragons that were charging over. The 6 saint artifacts successfully blocked the power of the 9 ancestral veins, giving Gu Fei and Ying Tian a chance to take advantage of the situation. Within a radius of 10,000 li, the earth chi rose, enveloping the land. It was like a scene from before the primordial chaos was formed, and the terrifying aura it exuded was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Gu Fei stood high in the sky, looking into the distance. The 6 saint artifacts emitted resplendent divine lights, like 6 different colored sky lanterns in the primordial chaos, blocking the earth chi and illuminating a corner of the world. Ying Tian's heavenly devil avatar had already disappeared into the primordial chaos earth chi. Following the disappearance of the heavenly devil avatar, the 9 heavens lightning in the sky also dissipated into the void. That devil does have some ability after all. Seeing this, Gu Fei knew that Ying Tian had successfully created the 9 heavens lightning dominion. He continued on his way to the center of the 9 dragons' battle pearl. The road ahead was filled with dangers, and there were many powerful killing formations waiting for Ying Tian. Gu Fei was not in a hurry. He was more than happy to see Ying Tian open up a safe path for him. Moreover, the little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk who were hiding in the dark had also appeared. More than 10,000 kings of the dead creatures were gathered outside the 9 dragons' battle pearl. Their soul force and death chi surged, waiting for Gu Fei's order. This was an army made up of kings of the dead creatures. This kind of force was not enough to deal with a supreme existence. However, using the kings of the dead creatures to open up a path was more than enough. All the low-level dead creatures in the earth path provided endless soul force for the 6 saint artifacts, and even the king realm dead creatures couldn't escape the fate of being cannon fodder. Chapter 654. In the land of the 9 dragons competing for the pearl, dragon roars shook the heavens, murderous aura soared into the sky, and the energy of the earth surged violently. It was like a world of chaos. The earth demon lord, Ying Tian, had been inside for an hour. Other than appearing in the lightning region that could summon the 9 heavens divine lightning from the void, he had never appeared again. With the 6 ancestral veins suppressed, the power of the land of the 9 dragons competing for the pearl had decreased by at least half. Even so, there were still unimaginable dangers lurking in every corner. Outside the land of the 9 dragons competing for the pearl stood countless undead creatures. The undead creatures gathered together, forming a terrifying aura. In the sky above these undead creatures, there was a white figure standing in the air. Why hasn't the little monk Fan Xiao appeared yet? Gu Fei crossed his arms in front of his chest and stared solemnly at the dusky region that seemed to be evolving into primal chaos. The fact that the little monk Fan Xiao had yet to appear had exceeded Gu Fei's expectations. He couldn't help but admire the little monk's patience. Bang! At this time, a loud explosion came from the center of the land of the 9 dragons competing for the pearl. Following that, a terrifying wave of energy surged out from the depths of the land of chaos. The entire purgatory realm was trembling. The thick earth energy surged violently and rushed high into the sky. Shwa! A dazzling beam of 9-colored light shot out from the depths of the 9 dragons competing for the pearl. An extremely vast ripple of energy swept out in all directions from the beam of 9-colored light. Even the thick earth energy of the earth was gathered and dispersed. The dark clouds and fog that shrouded the sky quickly dissipated, and a starry sky appeared in the sky. What a Ing Tian, what a Earth Demon Lord! Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. The Earth Demon Lord, Ing Tian, had entered the depths of the land of the 9 dragons competing for the pearl, and triggered the formation of the realm pearl. The 9-colored divine light shot into the sky as if there was no end to it. A boundless ancient aura swept across the land, causing the earth and sky to tremble. The entire hell Dao felt like it was on the verge of collapsing. Preposterous! Gu Fei couldn't help feeling anxious. Ing Tian was already trying to break the boundary bead seal. If Ing Tian managed to obtain the boundary bead, this world would become his inner world. I can't wait and see any longer, Gu Fei thought. That little monk Fan Xiao was actually able to keep his composure. Wasn't he afraid that Ing Tian would take away the Hell Dao? As long as Ing Tian obtained the realm bead and refined it, he would have complete control over this world. Swoosh! Gu Fei took huge strides in the void. Each step covered 1,000 feet, and he charged into the place where the 9 dragons were fighting for the pearl. The powerhouses among the tens of thousands of undead creatures also moved. Under the leadership of the 3 supreme emperors of the undead creatures, they rushed into the chaotic world in front of them. Gu Fei felt as if he had entered a different world the moment he entered the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. Even his power seemed to be affected. The kings of the tens of thousands of undead creatures did not disperse after entering the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. Instead, they cautiously followed the Earth Archdevil Lord Ing Tian's path, advancing forward. The path Ing Tian took was much safer compared to the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. Swoosh! An invisible killing light shot out, tearing space apart. Spatial cracks appeared in the void, forcing Gu Fei down from the sky. He didn't want to waste his energy. He wanted to preserve his strength and enter the depths of the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. He wanted to compete with Ing Tian and that little monk Fan Xiao. Just as Gu Fei and the kings of the tens of thousands of undead creatures entered the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl, 2 figures silently appeared outside the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. Following the appearance of these 2 people, an auspicious and peaceful aura spread out in this terrifying world of death. If Gu Fei and the old turtle were here, they would definitely recognize these 2 people. The newcomer was enshrouded in Buddhist luminance, holding a purple gold alms bowl in his hand. He had a pair of fair and delicate feet, and his face was flushed red like a porcelain doll carved from jade. The little monk Fan Xiao that even Gu Fei and Ing Tian were wary of finally appeared. Behind Fan Xiao stood a thin and withered old monk that resembled a bamboo pole. They're all in. Little monk Fan Xiao's eyes emitted rays of golden light as he scanned the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. His face was calm, devoid of any emotion. This place will become their burial ground. The nameless old monk stated indifferently. His face was also calm, devoid of any emotion. Go. We're also going in. Little monk Fan Xiao said. By this time, Gu Fei's figure had already disappeared into the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. Little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk used Buddhist luminance to protect themselves. Their bodies emitted a resplendent golden light as they flew into the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The battle between the extreme Tao and the ancestor earth veins seemed to have reached a stalemate. The power of the 9 ancestor earth veins was restrained by the 6 extreme Tao saint artifacts. Even so, in the instant that little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk rushed into the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl, terrifying killing lights silently tore through the void and shot towards the 2 from all directions. When the countless invisible killing lights reached the little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk, they were blocked by their protective Buddha light, unable to get close to them. Little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk carefully concealed their auras as they quietly followed behind Gu Fei and the army of death. At this time, the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl was filled with boundless energy. The extreme Tao, saint artifact, shook the heavens. 9 dragons flipped over. Earth chi surged violently, and the atmosphere was chaotic to the extreme. Gu Fei didn't notice that someone was secretly following behind him. An immortal Tao, saint artifact, radiated from Gu Fei's body. 9 rays of violet light revolved around him like a descending god, displaying the mighty strength of an immortal Tao saint artifact. He didn't fear the invisible killing lights that came out of nowhere. Hovering above the army of death, Huang Xiaolong slowly followed Ying Tian's path towards the depths of the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Although Gu Fei had been keeping an eye on little monk Fan Xiu, he didn't know that the little monk had already set his eyes on him. The surroundings were covered in a dusky haze. The power of the ancestor earth veins and the thick earth chi enveloped the surroundings. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he could only see 2 to 3 li ahead. Shua! A godly light shot out from Gu Fei's forehead. A wave of god force rippled out from the center of his brows. Amidst the flickering godly light, a godly eye emerged from the center of Gu Fei's brows. The immortal Tao Saint eye could see through all illusions, pointing straight to the origin of all things in this world. It could pierce through the 9 hells, and there was almost nothing that could obstruct the immortal Tao Saint eye's vision. As soon as Gu Fei's immortal Tao Saint eye appeared, the godly light pierced through the thick earth chi that shrouded the entire world. Everything within 100 li radius was revealed to be a vast expanse of white bones that stretched as far as the eye could see. So many bones. Gu Fei was dumbfounded. Chapter 655. Skeletons piled up like a mountain, a scene that shocked and horrified the onlookers. It was hard to tell if these skeletons were the remains of those who died in the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl, or if they were already here. However, Gu Fei was certain of one thing: countless living beings had fallen here in the past, resulting in the current scene. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying things happened in the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl so many years ago. The death of countless lives was definitely a world-shaking event, and there was probably some kind of heaven and earth secret involved. The truth was probably only known by the master of the Hell Tao, the eternal Buddhist Lord. Gu Fei no longer thought about it. The most important thing now was to enter the center of the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. That Ying Tian bastard was too monstrous, entering that place in such a short time. If the realm bead was refined by Ying Tian, only death awaited Huang Xiaolong. If Ying Tian refined the realm bead, he would become the master of this world, able to manipulate the heaven and earth energy of this world at will. He would be the master of this world. The energy contained within the 9 great ancestral dragon veins was too powerful, requiring the 6 great saint artifacts to display their might to contend against it. If Ying Tian refined the realm bead, even a master of the extreme Tao would have a headache. As long as they were in this world, no one would be able to escape. At that time, this world would become a giant world cage, and the people inside would be at Ying Tian's mercy. Such a situation absolutely could not be allowed to happen. Gu Fei no longer thought about it. He led the countless undead kings to the front, carefully avoiding the dangerous areas that his immortal Tao Divine eye had already identified, heading towards the center of the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. At the center of the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl, a 9-colored divine light formed a giant pillar that connected heaven and earth, dispersing the dark clouds and fog, revealing the starry sky that had been hidden for countless years. The towering 9-colored light pillar became the only thing in this world, affecting the entire Hell Tao. The death chi and fog gradually dispersed, showing signs of reopening the passage of time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Right at this moment, there was a sudden tremor in front of them. Then, the king of the hundreds of undead creatures walking in front of them was suddenly swallowed by the earth that suddenly split open. The advancing death monarchs were instantly thrown into chaos. the earth cracked open, and the earth ancestor dragon Earth Vain Aura rushed out. The hundreds of undying monarchs nearby were instantly turned into ashes by the earth ancestor dragon Earth Vain Aura, and their souls dissipated. Seeing such a terrifying scene, all the undead monarchs were scared out of their wits. Many undead monarchs even soared into the sky in a panic, trying to escape. However, not only did the undying monarchs fail to escape, but they were also instantly killed by the invisible killing light. Their powerful bodies immediately turned into bone powder and scattered in the air. Even his powerful soul power was mercilessly torn apart by the invisible killing light, turning into specks of soul starlight that flickered in the void. The undead monarchs didn't have Gu Fei strength, so they couldn't resist the invisible killing light. All of their souls were destroyed. The soul divine light in the sky that was torn apart flickered like fireflies. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. The cracked earth in front of them was like a bottomless abyss. The earth ancestor dragon, Earth Vain Aura, leaked out and blocked their path, forcing them to stop. The earth ancestor dragon, Earth Vain Aura, was extremely terrifying. Even the powerful undead monarchs were instantly killed, causing Gu Fei's expression to change. In just an instant, more than 1,000 undead monarchs were killed. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but feel pained. The soul power of 1,000 undead monarchs was a powerful force, but it was obliterated just like that. All the undead creatures felt the danger. Entering the 9 dragons, fighting for the pearl, was simply suicide. No matter how many undead creatures there were, it wouldn't be enough to fill this bottomless pit. Lord, what should we do? Lord, please let us go. Lord, please give us a way to live. The supreme emperors of the undying skeleton tribe, the nether tribe, and the corpse tribe were all terrified. They had just entered this dangerous land, but it had already devoured more than 1,000 of their undying monarchs. They couldn't help but feel terrified. Their lives were in danger. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He also knew that sending these undead kings to explore the path was akin to sending them to their deaths. However, he also didn't expect that they would suffer such a heavy loss right after entering this ominous land. Even though the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl was suppressed by the 6 extreme sacred weapons, it was still extremely terrifying. Every step was filled with danger. Existences below the almighty level would definitely die. A few more times, and these undead monarchs would all die in the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl. Since he couldn't drive these undead creatures forward, Gu Fei opened his inner world and stored the undead monarchs and the 3 supreme emperors. This was a powerful force that might be useful in the future. The undead monarchs were powerful existences, second only to the immortal realm. According to the realm classification in the Tongue-Long continent, the undead monarchs were in the demigod realm. What did it mean to have over 10,000 demigods? Just thinking about it made one's heart tremble. In the various sects and forces of the Tongue-Long continent, demigods were used as deterrents. In the Tongue-Long continent, where immortals and immortals were extinct, demigods were invincible. The entire Tao sect only had one demigod, Taoist Ku Rong. Some forces didn't even have a demigod. Without a demigod, a sect could be annexed or destroyed by a sect with a demigod at any time. If nearly 10,000 demigods appeared in the Tongue-Long continent, what would happen to the cultivation world of the Tongue-Long continent? Which force could contend against nearly 10,000 demigods? If Gu Fei brought this force out of the Naraka realm, he would definitely be able to unify the cultivation world of the Tongue-Long continent. After storing all the undead creatures into his inner world, Gu Fei smashed the void with his fist and forcefully blasted through the thick earth energy in front of him. Then he dashed forward. The ancestral earth veins energy that leaked out could not stop the footsteps of an almighty expert. 9 divine rainbows revolved around Gu Fei's body and swept away the thick earth energy as he walked forward. Along the way, he saw the earth cracking and the mountains crumbling. It was a scene of chaos and disorder. Swoosh! As Gu Fei was flying over a rocky hill, a strange sound suddenly came from below. Then a pitch-black crack split open below him without any warning. Pung! The thick earth energy suddenly rushed out of the crack and slashed upwards from below like a heavenly saber, sweeping past Gu Fei. The 9 divine rainbows revolving around Gu Fei shook violently from the impact. A great force directly knocked Gu Fei several hundred feet away. So powerful! Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The ancestral veins energy that leaked out from the earth was very terrifying. If it was an ordinary immortal, he would have been smashed into pieces. However, the heavenly death trap had not lost its power completely and could still make an almighty expert feel the threat of death. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled. The deeper they went, the more frequent the cracks on the ground became. The extreme Tao Saint artifact displayed its extreme divine might to contend against the power of the ancestral earth vein. The vast pressure that emanated from it shook the surroundings, causing Gu Fei to feel as though he was in the middle of a raging sea, as though he could be smashed to death at any moment. The ancestral earth vein trembled as if a giant dragon was flipping its body. The earth crumbled and cracked, and the thick earth energy rushed out from the ground, turning this part of the world into a dusky gray. 3 giant dragon figures danced in the middle of the earth energy, attacking the 6 extreme Tao Saint weapons that were suppressing the ancestral earth vein. This was a dusky space that made Gu Fei feel like he was in a world of chaos. If it weren't for the immortal Tao Divine Eye, even Gu Fei would find it difficult to move forward. Although Gu Fei had followed Ying Tian's path, he had encountered at least 5 death traps along the way, all of them formed by the momentum of heaven and earth. Fortunately, the 6 extreme saint weapons had restricted the power of the 9 great earth ancestral veins in the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl, greatly reducing the power of the traps. Otherwise, the traps would have been powerful enough to kill powerful existences. Shwa! Gu Fei took another step forward. Boom! All of a sudden, a thunderclap resounded above Gu Fei's head. A bolt of purple lightning the size of a water tank tore through the void, bringing with it a destructive aura as it struck down on Gu Fei. This is, raising his head, Gu Fei couldn't help but gasp in shock when he saw the bolt of purple lightning. 9 heavens divine lightning. Did I step into a lightning zone? Gu Fei groaned inwardly. Even though he was shocked, his reaction wasn't slow. In the split second before the bolt of purple lightning struck him, he executed the 8 desolate steps and dodged to the side. Rumble! The sound of thunder was deafening. Bolts of purple lightning appeared out of thin air. They tore through the air and struck down on Gu Fei. Preposterous! Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. He had seen Ying Tian pass through this lightning zone before, and now he was lucky enough to enter it. Only when he was inside did he feel the terror of this thunder dominion. This was the 9 heavens divine lightning from above the 9 heavens, but he had no idea why it would appear here. This lightning zone was several li wide, and the 9 heavens divine lightning was born directly from the void. Boom! 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 Bolts of purple lightning were like rays of destructive light, exuding a chaotic and destructive aura as they struck down on Gu Fei from all directions. Purple divine lightning was generated in the void of the entire thunder territory. Every inch of the void was filled with purple divine lightning, wreaking havoc. Soon, the void within a radius of several miles had turned into a sea of purple lightning. This was unavoidable. Chapter 656. The 9 heavens thunder was a tribulation lightning that descended from the 9 heavens. It could kill all immortals below the level of Almighty. Even ultimate gods who were one step away from the Almighty realm would be in danger if they were struck by it. However, Gu Fei was not afraid of the 9 heavens thunder since he had seized Li Xuandao's fruit of the way and possessed the strength and cultivation of Almighty. However, the power of the lightning in the thunder region was so strong that it gave him a headache. The Immortal Path's divine power was vast and mighty. The 9 divine rainbows around Gu Fei shone with dazzling divine light, like 9 beams of destructive divine light that blocked all the purple lightning that came from all directions. Rumble! Thunder shook the sky as the void was torn apart by the power of lightning that was released in an instant. After the divine lightning flashed, cracks appeared in the void wherever it passed. This was the endless power of the heavenly punishment. It was a terrifying destructive power between heaven and earth that could kill all living beings below the level of Almighty. Gu Fei slowly moved forward in the endless purple lightning. This was a great power condensed by the power of heaven and earth. The power of the purple lightning locked a part of the void. Although the 9 heavens' thunder could not hurt Gu Fei, it made Gu Fei feel as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on him. He had to use the immortal path's divine power to resist it. It took Gu Fei almost an hour to walk out of the thunder territory, a short distance of a few kilometers. Strangely, when Gu Fei walked out of the thunder region, the 9 heavens' thunder behind him immediately dissipated in the void. Only the roar of thunder was still echoing between heaven and earth. The 9 heavens' thunder came suddenly and disappeared just as suddenly. The terrifying aura of destruction retreated like the tide, which surprised Gu Fei. The reason why the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl was known as the #1 killing trap in the Naraka realm was that it was filled with killing traps and dangerous places. If it was not for the fact that 6 of the 9 ancestral veins were suppressed, the power of the 9 heavens' thunder would be far greater. The divine lightning that was strengthened by the power of the 9 ancestral veins was enough to kill Almighty. 6 extreme saint weapons of the extreme Tao displayed their supreme divine might. Like 6 sky lanterns, they each illuminated a corner of the dusky world. The divine might of the extreme Tao swept away layers of earth energy, allowing the 3 unsuppressed ancestral veins to charge at it. Although the giant dragon formed from the 3 ancestral vein chi caused the 6 extreme saint artifacts to shake, it was unable to truly shake the treasures that displayed the might of the extreme path. The 6 extreme saint artifacts restrained the power of the 9 ancestral veins, preventing the peerless 9 dragons vying for the pearl from unleashing its terrifying destructive power. The mountains shook, and dust rose high into the sky. The dragon's roar shook the heavens as if doomsday had arrived. After exiting the lightning region, Gu Fei continued forward. He had no choice but to be careful. The deeper he went, the more dangerous situations there were. There was even an independent void inside that hid great killing intent. Gu Fei followed the path taken by the Earth Demon Lord, Ingtian. Along the way, the rising earth energy did not obstruct Gu Fei's vision. The immortal Tao God I could see through the origin of all things in this world. Even the most profound disguise technique could not hide from Gu Fei's eyes. Ever since he opened the immortal Tao God eye, he had never closed it again. Gu Fei discovered that under the immortal Tao God eye scanning, there were some places with towering baleful aura and some places filled with death energy. These places were definitely filled with great danger. These were all things that could be seen through the immortal Tao God eye. What made Gu Fei wary and troubled was that some of the dangerous situations could not be prevented. If they were not activated, even if they were exposed to the immortal Tao God eye, Gu Fei would not be able to see through them. He no longer dared to fly in the sky. Landing on the ground, he walked step by step towards the depths of the 9 dragons' competition for the pearl. Gu Fei was not in a hurry. Every step he took was extremely careful, but he still fell for the trap. After passing through a field of rubble, he took a step forward. Shwa! The scenery in front of him suddenly changed. An extremely powerful, baleful aura swept over without any warning. Not good. Gu Fei was startled. Focusing his eyes, he found himself in a terrifying space. It was not big, but it was filled with baleful aura. At the center of the space was a pool of blood, emitting a pungent stench. Several giant skeletons were lying in the blood pool. The eerie aura emanating from the pool sent chills down Gu Fei's spine. Gu Fei sensed danger from the blood pool. It was as if a peerless demon was hiding in the pool, and it could jump out at any time. Glug, glug, glug. Suddenly, the thick, scarlet blood seemed to boil as it emitted a string of bubbles. The evil blood faintly emitted a dark red evil light. The evil and terrifying aura grew stronger and stronger. There was something in the blood pool, but as for what it was, Gu Fei had no idea. He had barged into a dangerous and sinister space. There were no passageways connecting to the outside world at all. How did he enter this space that was similar to the inner world? Gu Fei was puzzled. Taking a step forward, he entered a space like this. Humph! Gu Fei pressed his palm forward. Immortal God force surged out from his palm. Bam! With a loud bang, the void shattered. He had forcefully pierced through this void, and the aura from the outside immediately penetrated through the shattered void and entered. Roar! Suddenly, an angry roar came from the blood pool. Wah! Blood splashed everywhere. A demonic figure, shrouded in endless bloody light, pounced towards Gu Fei. What is this? Gu Fei stretched out his right hand. Chi! 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 5 beams of dazzling divine light shot out from his 5 fingers and pierced through the demonic shadow. Pooh! 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 The demonic figure did not dodge. The 5-finger lights instantly pierced through the demonic figure's body. 5 bull-sized holes appeared on the demonic figure's body. The demonic figure was sent flying backwards. Plop! It smashed into the blood pool. Gu Fei no longer paid attention to the demonic figure. He directly broke through the void's barrier and rushed out. A terrifying roar came from behind him. The moment Gu Fei rushed out from the sinister and sinister space, a resplendent green saber light, like a heavenly saber, emitted a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. It slashed down with extreme speed. The saber light split heaven and earth, destroying the void. Gu Fei had no way to dodge. He didn't even have time to teleport. He couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. Chapter 657. Roar! Gu Fei roared madly, and the void in front of him was shattered by his roar. At the same time, he used all his strength to bend his waist backward, and his legs kicked the ground with all his might. Boom! A large area of the ground under his feet was instantly crushed by his stomp, and the entire ground shook violently. Swoosh! The divine eyes of the immortal path emitted an unprecedentedly bright divine light, and it pierced through the green saber light that was coming at his face. Under the divine light, the void was directly annihilated. This saber attack was too sudden. All of Gu Fei's actions were done without thinking, and he directly relied on his battle-hardened instincts. The vast Buddhist power formed a terrifying green saber light, and it split the heaven and earth in half. The terrifying energy waves were vast and mighty, and the thick earth energy on the ground was dispersed. The little monk Fan Xiao made his move. He didn't make a move before, but once he did, he used an extremely vicious killing move. He vowed to split Gu Fei in half with one strike. Boom! The dazzling divine light collided with the saber light that was coming at his face, and a dazzling light erupted. Gu Fei was blinded in an instant, and his eyes could no longer see anything. Chapter 658. The shadow of a Buddha appeared on Fan Xiao's body. Buddhist power surged. At this moment, Fan Xiao no longer looked like a child carved from jade. Instead, he looked like a Buddha. He wielded the green jade ring blade and attacked Gu Fei continuously. The little monk was like a victorious fighting Buddha. His will to fight was like a rainbow. The green jade ring blade slashed through the void and split the world. It was extremely ferocious. No one would have thought that a little baldy who looked like a child would have such a strong side. Compared to Fan Xiao, Gu Fei was even more ferocious, domineering, and valiant. He grabbed the chaotic divine mountain and smashed it at Fan Xiu. The chaotic divine mountain shattered the void. Every time it smashed, the world would tremble. The void would collapse. The terrifying power shattered the brilliant blade light of the supreme Buddhist weapon. The two mighty figures of the immortal Tao and the Buddhist Tao were like two unparalleled gods as they fought in a frenzy. They were so powerful that the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking. Wherever they passed, even the great momentum of slaughter condensed from the heavens, and the earth was about to collapse. This time, Gu Fei was truly enraged. His opponent was actually so merciless and suddenly attacked him, intending to kill him. This caused Gu Fei to be enraged. Buddhists were supposed to be merciful, but Gu Fei did not see any mercy in the little monk Fan Xiu. Instead, he saw the kind of person who would stab others in the back. The nameless old monk was the same as Fan Xiu. Although Gu Fei was fighting with Fan Xiu, he had already sensed the nameless old monk's presence. The nameless old monk was lying in ambush. He was probably looking for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. "You want to kill me? Then you must be prepared to die." Gu Fei cursed in his heart. Then he gritted his teeth and no longer hesitated. He immediately used the secret art of ascension. He did not want to use the secret art of ascension. This kind of heaven-defying divine art could not be used indefinitely. After using it once, he had to wait for 24 hours before he could use it again. This way, he would not be affected at all. However, if he continued to use this divine art for 24 hours, he would have to pay the price of his life essence. Although he could still use the divine art's power, his vitality would be greatly damaged afterwards. Gu Fei only wanted to kill Fan Xiu and the nameless old monk. He could not care so much. The secret art of ascension was successfully used. Waves of divine power began to seep out of his body. Boom! Gu Fei's body suddenly burst with divine light. Rays of divine light rushed out from his body, and the terrifying power directly turned the void into nothingness. Die! Gu Fei retracted his chaotic divine mountain and slammed his palm towards Fan Xiu. Bang! A huge purple hand appeared in the void, emitting an extremely terrifying energy wave. It was as if hundreds of thousands of ancient divine mountains were pressing down on the little monk Fan Xiu. Under the huge hand, the void was annihilated. The terrible aura of destruction filled every inch of space. The whole world was smashed into pieces. Little monk Fan Xiu felt a great sense of danger. He felt that the void around him seemed to have solidified, and the movement of his body was actually affected. A great power locked down the entire world. Fan Xiu was shocked to find that he had nowhere to hide. His aura had been locked down. No matter where he tried to hide, the purple hand would descend and turn him into meat paste. Roar! Fan Xiu roared. Buddhist power surged all over his body. A Buddha's Dharma body emerged from his body. All the power surged into the green jade ring blade in his hand. Hum! The green jade ring blade suddenly vibrated. Blade light rushed out and pierced through the void. This supreme Buddhist weapon actually emitted a trace of supreme divine power. Without any hesitation, the little monk Fan Xiu slashed at the incoming hand. Swoosh! The dazzling blade light rushed into the sky. The blade light seemed to become the only thing in the world, illuminating the whole world. Boom! In an earth-shattering sound, the huge purple hand directly smashed the world and collapsed the blade light. Its power did not decrease, and it still slapped towards Fan Xiu. In the face of absolute power, even with the supreme Buddhist weapon, Fan Xiu could not resist Gu Fei's attack. Bam! The little monk, Fan Xiu, was sent flying by the huge purple hand as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. The blood that came out of Fan Xiu's mouth emitted a resplendent golden light, as though there was a golden divine fire burning within. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly disappeared from where he was. The next moment, he instantly approached Fan Xiu, who was flying backward, and then he stepped on Fan Xiu. Desolate steps, 8 steps, 8 kills. The first step was taken. A terrible power was mighty under Gu Fei's feet. The void directly collapsed under his step. Bam! Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. He directly stepped on Fan Xiu from the sky, and with a bang he smashed into the mountain rocks below, causing dust to rise high into the sky. The 9 dragons competing for the pearl was suppressed by the 6 supreme, sacred weapons. Although it did not completely lose its power, the various terrifying places in the 9 dragons competing for the pearl would not be able to kill a powerful existence. Gu Fei used the secret skill of ascension, and his strength instantly increased by 10 times, suppressing Fan Xiu. He was incomparably powerful, as if a peerless martial artist had descended. After he stomped Fan Xiu down from the sky, he was about to chase after him. At this moment, in the thick earth chi below, countless dazzling golden lights suddenly lit up, and in the golden lights, there was a vague silhouette of a person. The terrible Buddhist power was vast and mighty. It was as if 108 golden suns had appeared below, and they rushed towards Gu Fei in the sky. In each golden sun, there was a Buddha sitting cross-legged, and each Buddha looked different. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The whole heaven and earth was shaken by the 108 dazzling golden lights that suddenly rushed up from below. The world trembled as if it was about to collapse. 108 blessed Buddha beads. Gu Fei couldn't help but be taken aback. From the memories of Li Xuandao's soul, he learned that this was a sacred object of Buddhism, a sacred weapon refined by a supreme Buddhist expert. Although it was not a supreme sacred weapon, it could still be considered as half a precious treasure, possessing great power. In the end, the nameless old monk had no choice but to make a move. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Under the effect of the secret skill of ascension, his strength increased tenfold, infinitely close to the level of an extreme Tao expert. Even if it was a real supreme sacred weapon, he wouldn't be afraid, not to mention half a precious treasure. Boom! Gu Fei's hand reached out, pressing downwards, grabbing the 108 blessed Buddha beads in his palm. With a pinch, cracking noises resounded in the air. The 108 blessed Buddha beads were crushed by his hand, bursting out with resplendent golden lights. The blessed Buddha beads were broken, and a muffled groan came from the darkness below. The boundless Buddhist power that burst out from the blessed Buddha beads was directly absorbed by Gu Fei's supreme physique, turning into God force, becoming a part of his own strength. Pum! The blessed Buddha beads stopped Gu Fei for a moment, allowing little monk Fan Xiu to soar up into the sky. His hand gripped the green jade ring saber. His white monk robe was dyed red with Buddhist blood. This was the first time he was in such a sorry state. Looks like I won't be able to kill you without using my final trump card. Little monk Fan Xiu wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth, calmly looking at Gu Fei. Humph. Show me what you've got, or you won't have another chance. Gu Fei sneered, pressing forward. With every step he took, the void beneath his feet crumbled. Is that so? Little monk Fan Xiu revealed a rare smile. He put away the green jade ring saber, then reached out with his right hand, pressing forward. Boom! The earth quaked as boundless golden light enveloped the earth. The entire area of the 9 dragons competing for the pearls quaked violently. A towering Buddhist power engulfed the heavens and earth. Even the 6 saint weapons suppressing the 9 dragons competing for the pearls were affected. The boundless Buddhist power was like a vast ocean enveloping all directions as if the end of the world had arrived. Roar! What's going on? Gu Fei paled in fright. The ancient confusion energy that gushed out from little monk Fan Xiu's right hand was too powerful, causing him to feel the threat of death. Yuwa! Gu Fei roared madly. The surging energy almost caused his body to crumble. He frantically circulated his immortal energy and pushed his hands forward in an attempt to stop this energy. However, The energy was too powerful. This was a power that surpassed the realm of the supreme figures. Even though Gu Fei's strength had increased by 10 times, he still couldn't resist it. Bang! Gu Fei's hands shattered the moment they came into contact with the energy, turning into a puddle of blood. Gu Fei roared as he was sent flying. How is this possible? Gu Fei couldn't believe it. He was sent flying for 100 miles into the depths of the 9 dragons, competing for the pearls. Everywhere he went, he broke through all the deadly traps and heavenly momentum. He vomited blood as he crashed into the giant 9-colored light pillar at the center of the 9 dragons, competing for the pearls. He almost fainted. How did little monk Fan Xiu become so powerful all of a sudden? No, that's not his power. There's something strange about his right hand. Gu Fei immediately understood. Little monk Fan Xiu was being suppressed by him, so there was no way he could suddenly possess the power that surpassed the realm of the supreme figures. As expected, the Buddhist Lord had left behind a backup plan for his disciples and grand disciples. He could vaguely see a giant 9-colored orb spinning slowly below the 9-colored light pillar. Outside the light pillar stood a figure shrouded in demonic aura. 9 dragon heads the size of mountains, 9 stone tablets, resembling heavenly monuments. That was the last thing Gu Fei saw. I won't be seeing you out. Ying Tian's voice echoed in Gu Fei's ears. Then the space around him twisted. In the next moment, he felt a familiar aura approaching him from all directions. When he took a closer look at his surroundings, he was both surprised and overjoyed. The 9-colored light pillar connected the sky and earth, becoming the only source of light in the dusky sky. 9 pitch-black mountains towered over the horizon. The ground was covered in white bones, emitting a boundless, murderous aura. This is the desolate battlefield, the ancient, desolate battlefield on the Tunglong continent. Gu Fei was astounded. He discovered that he might be at the center of the ancient, desolate battlefield. The 9-colored light that connected the 2 worlds had teleported him out from the Naraka realm. Chapter 659. The land of the far west was the west of the Western Buddhist land. There were ancient ruins there. It was an ancient battlefield in the primordial, desolate battlefield. The primordial, desolate battlefield was the oldest relic in the Tunglong continent. Countless years ago, an earth-shattering war took place here. Blood dyed the earth red. Countless living beings had fallen in that great battle. Even the soil on this side of the earth was soaked in the blood of all living beings. Even after countless years, the soil on this side of the earth was still dark brown, like dried bloodstains. No one knew how big the primordial desolate battlefield was because no one could truly enter the depths of this primordial battlefield. On this day, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly came from the primordial battlefield. A 9-colored divine light shot up from the depths of the primordial battlefield. Rumble! The entire primordial battlefield shook. The 9 mountains were shaking. Countless sand and stones rolled down from the 9 mountains. The primordial battlefield was filled with murderous intent. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the depths of the primordial battlefield. Unknown powerful beings were alarmed. They were roaring uneasily. The roar made people's hair stand on end. The terrifying shockwave directly transmitted into the Western Buddhist land, breaking the peace there. All the experts of the Buddhist sect who sensed the shockwave came out. An important place of Buddhism, the spiritual mountain where the Buddha Lord's tomb was located, immediately emitted a golden Buddha light and flew towards the primordial battlefield. In an instant, it disappeared into the horizon. At this time, the primordial battlefield was already boiling. Dark clouds surged, blocking the sky and the sun. It was as if the night had suddenly descended. Powerful and unknown creatures walked out from the darkness, one after another, roaring and running about on this terrifying battlefield. They were all terrified and uneasy. In the depths of the primordial battlefield, In the center of the 9 mountains, a huge 9-colored light pillar stood between the sky and the earth. In the sky, a huge swastika was rotating and a vast Buddhist power was surging. Swoosh! 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 A golden light pillar rushed up from the 9 mountains at the same time. The 9 light pillars connected with the swastika in the sky. Boom! There was a huge tremor, and endless Buddhist light descended from the sky, enveloping the surroundings. The aura of the great Tao lingered, and the powerful Buddhist power seemed to form a huge formation, sealing the area within a radius of thousands of miles within the 9 black mountains. 8 silhouettes dashed out from the 8 mountains one after another, standing in the void and looking at the 9-colored light pillar. Only one of the mountains near the land of Buddha did not appear. Within the 9 mountains, baleful energy surged. Sinister winds howled, and the bones on the ground were all swept up into the sky. A terrifying aura spread out, as terrifying as the descent of a region. The swastika in the sky unleashed boundless Buddhist power, trapping the evil and terrifying aura within the 9 mountains. About half an hour later, a figure suddenly appeared in the 9-colored light pillar as if he had walked out of the void. Roar! That person raised his head to the sky and roared. His roar shook the mountains and rivers, and even the swastika in the sky was affected by the impact. The terrifying roar spread out, and in a radius of 100 miles, the ground shook violently like waves. Little bald monk Fan Xiao. Gu Fei's roar shook the heavens and the earth, causing the 9 mountains to tremble. He was in an extremely miserable state. Both of his arms were shattered, and divine blood flowed out. Each drop of divine blood was emitting a mournful bloody light, containing a powerful immortal Tao's divine power. His entire body was covered in blood, and his flesh was badly mutilated. His body was on the verge of collapsing. His supreme immortal physique had suffered an unprecedented serious injury, and it was on the verge of collapse. Ah, little bald monk Fan Xiao, if I don't kill you, my name is not Gu Fei. Gu Fei was furious. He was always on guard, but in the end he still fell into the little monk Fan Xiao's trap. At this time, the time limit of the Heaven Ascension secret law was not up yet. He directly sat in the 9-colored light pillar and channeled the immortal Tao's divine power. His supreme immortal physique immediately produced a heaven-devouring power that devoured the power of the heaven and earth from all directions. The power of the heaven and earth in the 9 mountains immediately became chaotic, and it continuously gathered towards Gu Fei and entered his body. Gu Fei's supreme immortal physique was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The divine blood that splashed out also flowed back into his body, and the immortal Tao's divine power surged inside Gu Fei's body. The blood and energy in his body surged like a river, and the divine light was dazzling. His muscles, bones, and flesh were moving, and there were strange noises coming from the supreme immortal physique. It was as if the 9 heavens were thundering, or as if the waves were crashing on the shore. The supreme immortal physique shot out waves of divine light, and his flesh and bones were regenerating. Gu Fei's shattered arms were also quickly regenerating. Very quickly, the 2 arms grew back, perfectly intact. They flickered with an elite divine light as if they were cast from divine steel, full of power. Before the time limit of the Heaven Ascension secret law was up, Gu Fei's supreme immortal physique had completely recovered. There was no longer a single scar on his body. The powerful aura began to converge, but the power of the heaven and earth from all directions continued to gather towards Gu Fei. His body was like a bottomless pit, devouring the energy of the heaven and earth. Very quickly, the power of the heaven and earth inside the 9 black mountains was completely devoured by Gu Fei's supreme immortal physique. Even the power of the Buddhist Tao was almost triggered. Rumble! The 9 mountains shook and the Buddhist power surged. The swastika in the sky was operating, and it sprinkled down endless Buddhist lights that sealed off the 4 directions, isolating this part of the world. Gu Fei opened his eyes. 2 purple divine lights shot out from his eye sockets, like lightning. They were several feet long. He stood up from the void and was bathed in the 9 divine lights. He glanced around, and when he saw the 8 figures standing on top of the Black Mountains, Gu Fei's eyes turned red. These were the people of the Buddhist Tao. Without a doubt, these 8 bald donkeys were definitely the same as the nameless monk experts from the Buddhist Tao guarding the Black Mountains. At this moment, Gu Fei was enraged whenever he saw a bald head. Swoosh! 8 rays of divine light shot out from Gu Fei's body, piercing through space and shooting towards the 8 figures on the mountain peak in the distance. Pitch-black spatial cracks were left in the wake of the divine light. Boom! 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 The 8 divine lights were all blocked by the power of the Grand Formation and exploded in front of the mountain. They simply couldn't get close to the 8 figures on top of the mountain. Countless Buddhist runes were destroyed in the void along with a burst of divine light. Humph! Damn it! Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the huge swastika in the sky. He was filled with hatred. If he didn't break this array, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to kill those bald heads outside the array. On top of the 8 Black Mountains stood 8 old monks. They seemed to be shocked by Gu Fei's attack. Buddhist power surged from their bodies, and golden Buddhist lights seeped out of their bodies. It was as if immortals had descended to the mortal world. They were also inexplicably shocked by Gu Fei's appearance in the Grand Formation. They didn't know how Gu Fei entered the 9 Black Mountains. Could it be that he came out from that place? The experts from the Buddhist Tao were all shocked and doubtful. It was difficult for them to maintain a calm state of mind, seeing that he couldn't kill the 8 bald heads outside the array in a short time. Gu Fei thought about how to kill his way back into the Hell Tao. The 9-colored light pillar connected the 2 realms. Gu Fei could sense the aura of the Hell Tao in the light pillar. He was about to shatter the void and see if he could follow the 9-colored divine light to kill his way into the Hell Tao. Chapter 660. Inside the 9-colored light pillar, the void trembled and a figure appeared in front of Gu Fei without any warning. Gu Fei became excited the moment he saw the person who suddenly appeared. He directly threw a punch at the confused person who didn't know what was happening. The moment the person felt Gu Fei's presence, Gu Fei's fist had already fiercely hit the person's chest. Bang! Kacha! A bone-chilling sound of bones breaking resounded. The person's chest immediately caved in. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and he was sent flying more than 10 miles away. Drops of golden blood sprinkled down from the void. It's you! The person was horrified. He didn't expect to meet Gu Fei here. Gu Fei's punch had smashed his chest against his back. His internal organs were shattered, and his physical body was severely injured. Ha! Is this the karma that you Buddhists speak of? Gu Fei laughed heartily as he pressed forward step by step. With every step he took, the entire sky trembled. Gu Fei's strength was unparalleled. His murderous aura soared to the sky, and his murderous intent caused the heaven and earth to lose their color. The person felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave and couldn't help but shiver. The person who suddenly appeared in the 9-colored light pillar was the little monk Fan Xiu's follower, the nameless old monk. He also followed in his footsteps and was transported out of the Naraka realm. I'll kill you first, old Baldy. Then I'll find that little Baldy to settle the score, Gu Fei said coldly. He used the 8 desolation steps and suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he had already appeared in front of the nameless old monk. This was not teleportation. It was a display of extreme speed. Gu Fei's 8-step speed, coupled with his supreme immortal physique, had reached a level where he could come and go without leaving a shadow, not any slower than teleportation. Gu Fei directly threw another punch, not giving the nameless old monk any chance to dodge. The old monk could only cross his arms in front of his chest to block Gu Fei's fist. Bang! Kacha! Gu Fei's fist force was as heavy as a huge mountain. Without any suspense, the nameless old monk was directly blown away, and the bones in his arms were broken by Gu Fei's fist. The nameless old monk's cultivation was far inferior to Gu Fei's, making it difficult for him to fight against Gu Fei. He was completely suppressed by Gu Fei, and Gu Fei had complete control over the rhythm of the battle. Bam! Gu Fei chased after him with large strides and swung his fists, sending the nameless old monk flying once more. Punch after punch. The nameless old monk vomited a large mouthful of blood and didn't have the strength to retaliate at all. Ha! This feels great. Gu Fei laughed out loud. He didn't kill the nameless old monk right away. Instead, he punched the nameless old monk's body repeatedly, breaking his tendons and bones. The fiend cultivates to such an arrogant extent. Devil, stop! At this time, the 8 old monks standing at the peak of the 9 mountains had already discovered that the nameless old monk was being tortured. Hence, they all shouted. However, the Buddhist seal formation had sealed the interior of the 9 mountains. Although the people inside couldn't leave, it was impossible for the people outside to enter. The 8 Buddhist powerhouses could only watch helplessly as the nameless old monk was tortured. Humph! Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with them and continued to throw punches, causing the nameless old monk's bones to continuously crack. The nameless old monk's body was covered in blood, and some parts of his body could even see his bones. His physical body was deformed, but he was not dead. The nameless old monk's cultivation was limitless, and he had the cultivation of a quasi-almighty. As long as his soul was not destroyed, even if his physical body was turned into ashes, he would not truly die. Roar! The nameless old monk roared and howled. His face was covered in blood, and he looked extremely ferocious. He no longer looked like an eminent monk of the Buddhist sect. Under Gu Fei's suppression, he could not use any mystic arts to fight against Gu Fei. All he could do was retreat, and he could not retreat at all. The nameless old monk was so depressed that he was about to go crazy. Gu Fei appeared behind the nameless old monk in an instant and swept his leg at the nameless old monk's waist. Bam! Kacha! This kick broke the nameless old monk's spine. I'll take you down with me. The nameless old monk roared in a frenzy. Then there was a loud boom from his body. A dazzling golden Buddhist light was emitted from his body. An extremely violent and terrifying power erupted, causing the entire void to tremble under this power. Trying to self-destruct? Gu Fei's expression changed upon seeing this. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed the nameless old monk's bald head. An extremely powerful immortal force surged from Gu Fei's palm, forcefully suppressing the power that was erupting from the nameless old monk's body. The nameless old monk, was inconsolable. Self-detonation was his final trump card. However, this trump card had been forcefully disrupted by someone else. The nameless old monk knew that his life was in someone else's hands. Not only had Gu Fei imprisoned his physical body, but he had also imprisoned his soul, making it impossible for him to abandon his physical body and escape with his soul. Soul snatch! Gu Fei uttered coldly. Then his right hand, which was still on the nameless old monk's bald head, emitted rays of divine light that rushed into the nameless old monk's head. At the same time, his right palm produced a great suction force, directly capturing the nameless old monk's soul. Divine force surged and dazzled. Gu Fei's right hand seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, devouring the nameless old monk's soul. It was a powerful force of soul. Not only had Gu Fei devoured the nameless old monk's soul, but he had also extracted and devoured all of the old monk's energy. He was seizing the nameless old monk's fruit of the path. The boundless Buddhist force was all seized by Gu Fei in the end. The nameless old monk's body turned into a dried corpse, and Gu Fei casually tossed it aside. The 8 old monks outside could not remain calm after seeing the nameless old monk die at Gu Fei's hands. They all roared and yelled at Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei glanced coldly at the 8 figures on the mountain peak in the distance. This is just collecting some interest first. When I leave this place, it will be the end of you bald donkeys. After Gu Fei refined the energy, not only did he recover all the energy he had expended, he even felt like he was brimming with energy. All the injuries he had suffered were completely healed. The immortal god force in his body surged, and he really wanted to find someone to fight. Boom! Just as Gu Fei was about to return to the 9-colored pillar of light, another loud tremor came from the 9-colored pillar of light, causing the void to ripple like transparent water. Whoosh! A huge cauldron appeared in the 9-colored light. A boundless and ancient aura that seemed to come from the primordial chaos immediately spread out and spread across the world. Chapter 661. Rumble. A huge cauldron was suspended in the void, and on the body of the cauldron, all kinds of hazy images were constantly emerging. There was a giant dragon walking, an endless mountain range, and a vast sea. It was as if a world was emerging. The mountain river cauldron suppressed the mountains and rivers on the earth. A terrifying pressure spread out with the mountain river cauldron as the center. Visible ripples spread out in all directions, and the 9-colored light beam was almost cut in half. Heaven and earth shook, and the 9 black mountains shook violently. The entire Buddhist seal suffered a great impact, and the huge swastika in the sky emitted endless golden Buddhist light. A transparent golden energy wall began to emerge from the void, like an inverted bowl, covering the interior of the 9 black mountains under the golden bowl. This was a barrier condensed by endless Buddhist power. The great Sumeru Rui Buddha light shield. Seeing this, Gu Fei immediately recognized that it was the old ancestor of the Shen clan, Li Xuan Dao. Although he was not the personal disciple of the legendary Supreme Dao ancestor, he was still a disciple. He knew many secrets of heaven and earth, and he knew all kinds of magical powers and spells of the great masters like the back of his hand. Even if he had not seen it, he had heard of it. Gu Fei had merged with Li Xuan Dao's soul memory, and naturally knew all kinds of unknown, infinitely ancient secrets from Li Xuan Dao's soul memory. This is the backup left by the ancient Buddha. Gu Fei's face became solemn. The great Sumeru Rui shield could seal the sky and trap the earth. Even an extreme master would have a headache if he was trapped. Only the legendary Buddhist Lord would be able to lay down this ancient Buddhist formation and display this Buddhist divine ability in front of the people of the world. The Buddhist magical power had endless, wonderful uses. The Buddhist power was vast, and on the great Sumeru Rui shield there were faint lines of the great Tao, flowing with the aura of the great Tao. The great Meru Rui shroud displayed the power of the Great Way, resisting the mighty pressure of the mountain and river cauldron. Even so, under the supreme pressure of the mountain and river cauldron, the entire world seemed to collapse. Gu Fei rushed into the sky and stood on the mountain river cauldron. What exactly happened in the Naraka realm? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He was surprised that the mountain and river cauldron had flown out. Without the suppression of the extreme path sacred weapon, the terrifying might of the 9 dragons competing for the pearl was about to recover. That was a terrifying killing ground that could even kill almighties. It was the center of the Naraka realm. It was hard to imagine what would happen to that place of death without the suppression of the ultimate saint artifact of the great path. After devouring the nameless old monk's divine soul and power, Gu Fei's peerless immortal physique had recovered to its peak state. His battle intent was like a rainbow, and he desperately wanted to kill his way into the Naraka Tao. Rumble! Gu Fei urged the cauldron of mountain and river to descend. The void shattered, and he discovered that the 9-colored light beam that connected the 2 worlds did not dissipate because of the shattering of the void. The 9-colored light pillar was like a beacon, guiding Gu Fei towards the path of hell, shattering the void and breaking the barrier between the two worlds, advancing towards the path of hell. Gu Fei could sense the aura of the path of hell in the 9-colored light pillar, so he was able to lock onto the location of the path of hell again. He drove the cauldron of mountain and river to pierce through the heaven and earth, and once again kill his way towards the path of hell. If not for the existence of the 9-colored light pillar that connected the two worlds, Gu Fei definitely would not have been able to lock onto the location of the path of hell. With this guidance, Gu Fei was able to kill his way into the path of hell again. Gu Fei stood on the cauldron of mountain and river, guiding the primordial chaos aura to protect himself. Even though the outside of the cauldron of mountain and river was chaotic, the destructive power within the chaotic void could not harm Gu Fei. It was very easy and simple to be transported out of the path of hell by the 9-colored light pillar, and the process of traversing the two worlds was completed in an instant. However, to reverse the flow and follow the 9-colored light pillar back to the path of hell was not so simple. There was no mighty power of time and space in the chaotic void, and the 9-colored light pillar seemed to have no end in the chaotic void. It was unknown how long the cauldron of mountain and river had descended, but suddenly the cauldron of mountain and river shook violently. Bang! With a loud bang, the barrier in the void was broken once again. An extremely terrifying wave surged in from the gap that had suddenly shattered. This was a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Roar! Boom! Bang! Loud shouts, sounds of energy clashing, and explosions rang out incessantly. The outside world seemed to be bustling with noise and excitement. Through the hole in the void, Gu Fei could vaguely make out the silhouettes of giant dragons dancing in the air. One after another, supreme treasures that emitted supreme divine might streaked across the void, leaving behind dazzling divine light. Vast and mighty demonic energy and Buddhist energy surged. The heaven and earth shook as if doomsday had arrived. Fight, fight! It's best if those two fellows die together. Gu Fei was in no hurry to go out. The atmosphere outside was too chaotic, and the place where the 9 Dragons Battle Pearl was located was in complete chaos. He didn't know what that Ing Tian and little monk Fan Xiao did to cause this place to be on the verge of collapse. Destroying the Realm Pearl was equivalent to destroying this part of the world. Even if those two fellows were lucky enough to survive this calamity, they would be completely lost in the chaotic void, drifting in the endless darkness. Bang! Suddenly, Gu Fei felt the void in front of him tremble violently. In the next moment, a resplendent green saber light pierced through the void, cutting through the heaven and earth. It exuded boundless Buddhism energy as it slashed down on him. Roar! Despicable bald donkey! Gu Fei was enraged. Even at this point, that little monk Fan Xiao still wanted to drag him down with him, forcing him out of the void. Gu Fei stepped on the cauldron of mountain and river, shooting up into the sky. At the same time, he shook the cauldron of mountain and river, causing a powerful force to descend from the cauldron, shattering the peerless saber light. I won't go out. What can you do to me? Gu Fei stood firmly above the 9-colored light pillar. Pum! A pitch-black giant pierced through the void and headed straight for Gu Fei. The terrifying power of destruction obliterated the void and almost shattered the 9-colored light pillar. These two fellows. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling shocked. The little monk Fan Xiao and the Earth Archdevil, Lord Ing Tian, were attacking him one after another, causing him to feel a great pressure. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. With a thought, Awang. A sharp sword chime came from the outside. In the next moment, a purple sword light soared 10,000 zhang into the void like a giant purple dragon. The peerless sword light directly shattered the terrifying hand and flew toward Gu Fei. Gu Fei's hand reached out, grabbing the purple sword light in his hand. Then, the dazzling sword light dissipated, revealing a purple gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand. Bang! As Gu Fei retrieved the purple-gold divine sword, a deafening explosion came from the outside, followed by a terrifying aura, as if a terrifying heavenly beast had broken free from its cage. Roar! A dragon's roar could be heard, followed by a giant dragon struggling to rise into the sky. The aura emitted from the 9 dragons competing for the pearl was even more terrifying, as if it could destroy the heavens and earth, causing even the experts to shudder in fear. Shit! He's retrieving the extreme Tao sacred weapons. 2 cries of alarm came from outside the hole in the void, and there was a hint of panic and nervousness in their voices. I'm retrieving the sacred weapons that are suppressing the 9 dragons competition. You can all die. Gu Fei sneered and sat down on the cauldron of mountain and river. He circulated his primordial spirit to communicate with the other 3 extreme Tao sacred weapons, trying to summon them back.